Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Every 4 or 5 minutes, it felt like the whole team just started breaking out in an NSYNC Justin Timberlake concert.
It's fun. People love music.
I don't want that every single baseball game.
But watching them, the different dance moves from first to second, it's cool. It was
we need the Michael Jackson
like,
moonwalk every time the guy walks.
The dude moonwalked the whole thing.
Okay,
that's hard to do.
All right, well, they can stick Savannah Ball.
And he didn't get out.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Small box, Willie. Lum lum, see that? Small box. Small box. Small box alert. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Lummy, I cannot thank Paper Towel Willie. He came down on Friday. I think you end up handling him the most. I know he actually bought Merch Crick's golf cart that she had for sale. She's selling everything. Merch Crick is selling everything. Those T-Birds still haven't sold.
That's crazy.
I thought there was 20 people that were interested.
I don't know. I don't know. Erica's having a really tough time right now. I really feel bad for her because, she listed her house for sale out there in Pasco County. And I don't know that we really didn't do our due diligence on the broker. We just kind of picked a broker. As a friend or something, just, first of all, there's every woman, I think 75% of all women on Facebook are realtors.
There's a lot of them.
There are a lot of them. My God.
Yes.
And with the good ones come the bad ones, and I, in my opinion, think I got a real shady one. Really? And I'm not going to mention her. I'm just going to her first name's Joanna. I'm sure there's a million Joannas out there. I'm not going to mention her. I'm not going to, call her out that bad yet. But she's really pissing me off, and you're really taking advantage of Erica. And it's time for me to step in. I'm going to call Joanna. I'm going to call Craig Beggins today. I guess he's the owner of the Century 21 franchise that she works under. And I'm going to get to the bottom of this because you are absolutely like Dan, let me just tell you.
Tell me what's going on. I don't understand.
All right. So first of all, Erica signs a contract for her to be the realtor.
Right.
Well,
did you guys negotiate on percentages, like knock it down to 2%?
Of course not.
Stuff?
Erica just signed her life
come
away.
on. So she gets 3% and 3.3?
No, hold on. She gets like 6.
Well, that's what I'm saying, like 3.3 thing.
Yeah.
3 to the seller and 3 to the buyer's
something
agent.
Like that.
Instead of 2.5. That's Lollipopville right there.
So I've sold before. And I've not been happy with my realtor, and I've called them up, and you can switch realtors.
Yep.
You can switch.
Just like lawyers.
And, just like lawyers. And if they have some fees, like they advertised it on Facebook or they had some flyers or something like that.
Yeah, expenses.
Pictures and things like that. You reimburse them for that, and it's done. Well, so we're not happy with Joanna at all. And so Erica goes to, try to cancel. So Joanna at first is like, yeah, no problem. Just pay me my, the fees that I have in what I've done so far to market your home, and we're good to go. I'll delist your home, and you can get a new person. And I'm like, perfect. Well, so she comes up with this list of things of her expense. Now I'm in my head thinking, okay, I know that she hired a professional photographer. And that was like $350, and that's written down on the list. And I know that she did some brochures. I don't know, but I know she did some brochures, and she charged hardly anything for that. So then she writes down these fees. First of all, so Dan, I'm thinking to get out of the deal, it's going to be like maybe $600. That's what I'm thinking. She comes back yesterday with $1,600 because she said she had sent a picture of these open house signs that she said she had specifically made at like $450 when I went online on Amazon, and you can buy like 100 for $55. And it's not Erica's house, it's
not specific to her house.
No, it's just an arrow. It says open house with an arrow. So you can use it. I could use that at Dan's house. I could use it at my house.
And that's the arrow's pointing the wrong way.
Well, I mean, it's ambiguous, but they're ambiguous. I mean, they're not like, open.
I understand. They're generic.
Right.
It's generic.
Right. Just flip the sign over. So she tries to, like 800, 600 for the signs. She said that she mailed postcards to all your neighbors, and that was $145. Why do you mail postcards of a house that's selling within a mile of yourself? So she said she mailed everybody within a mile postcards. Why do you do that? Why would you send postcards?
She got a receipt?
What she's trying to do is she's trying to pick up business, showing that she's listed this house. So if they were interested in listing at their house, to contact her.
So here's where I have now. She has that the sign that they put up. That's like $40. No problem with that. No problem. She had a Facebook ad for $30. No problem with that. She's got brochures at $8.60. No problem with that.
Specific to the house?
I guess. She said that she mailed postcards to the neighbors for $145. I got a little bit of a problem with that. She has custom photos at $350. Okay, I'm okay with that because they were actually pretty good photos. And then
wait. Did you get the photos?
No, we don't get to keep them.
Whoa. You can't pay for the photos without keeping them.
That's what I got to talk to this Craig Beggins guy about.
Okay, and the other thing is, Bubba, they're regulated by the state.
Okay, well, hold on. You wait till you hear the best. So, custom stake signs, $216.
What's that?
I don't know what that is. I need to find out. So then she goes, and wait till you hear this. She says she charges $32 or $38 an hour for her time, and if she puts any time into. Basically, she has a daughter that is her little do girl, and she'll go unlock the home for somebody, or she'll go do this and that. So she sends text messages that of between her and her daughter, instructing her daughter to go over there and make sure the pool pump's on, go over there and make sure that this and that. And so she charges us. I never knew that a realtor can charge you $32 an hour for anything that they do towards your house. I always thought that they only made, the 3 or the 6 or the 4 or the 2 or whatever you negotiated percentage-wise upon closing is where they made their money. I was never familiar with a $38, because I'm going to become a realtor tomorrow because I can knick-knack all kinds of time away from a person. I never knew that you... She said, here we go. when I went to blah 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 blah, the hourly rate is $32, and my admin has accounted for 25 hours towards your property. That includes listing your listing appointment, time spent completing documentations to list your property, and the time spent marking your property.
That's what your percentage is for.
Isn't that what you're 6, 4, 2, 3? Isn't that what I'm paying for you once we sell the place?
That's what it's supposed to be.
Yes.
Craig,
But there's something called quantum merit where you know, like if a lawyer has a contingency fee on a case and he does, a year of work and then gets fired and the other lawyer gets the recovery, the first lawyer can go after the second lawyer for some of his fees, because even though he didn't finish the case, he did put some, objective time into it, and so that arguably has to be compensated. But it can't be padded. It can't be abusive. It can't be, fraudulent.
Listen, Craig Beggins, I'm going to be called from Century 21, like Madeira Beach or something like that. I have some big, and I've heard, Craig, that you've had issues before with regards to some potential shady stuff. I don't know it to be true.
How long was it on the market for?
Oh, now hold on. And she made Erica sign a 1-year contract. Meaning, like, you cannot get out of this contract for an entire year. I'm telling you right now, Craig Beggins, I have already retained a real estate attorney, a good one, and I'm going to absolutely explore what my legal options are on. And I think, Dan, they're all regulated underneath like some type of realtor association.
No, the state regulates them, and so if there's a problem, there's a mechanism with the state, myflorida.gov. where you can find, the realtor section, and you can file a complaint with the state. And I would do that immediately, because as soon as you do that, it puts a little spark under their ass.
$32 an hour to text your daughter to go over there and make sure the pool. I mean, come on. So anyway, I've been dealing with that this weekend, and
it's a big deal when you got to step in.
Oh,
why was she so bad though? So if you get another realtor, Bubba, they're going to try to charge between 2.5% and 3%.
No, I can talk.
What did she do badly?
I mean, like the signs that I saw. I went to cheapsigns.com, and I also went to Amazon and saw the same signs that she's trying to charge me $350 for $55.
No, that's not the question. The question is like, why was she firing her to begin with?
What's that?
Why are you firing her to begin with?
I just don't like. I think she's lazy, and I can't really. To be honest with you, Dan, I can't get into the real reason why I want to get rid of her. Because it would be really just calling her out too much, and I don't want to make those allegations on the air. So I'll talk to Craig Beggins.
And how long has she been the realtor for?
A month.
That's it.
Yeah. So hasn't had an open house.
Nothing.
Nothing. So I'll talk to her boss, Craig Beggins from Century 21, and get to the real. There's a real reason behind it.
Should we fax bond this Craig Beggins guy?
No. Craig Beggins just needs to realize. I hope you and I can resolve this, Craig. And we both walk our. I'll pay for the pictures. I'll pay for the sign. I'll pay, but I'm not paying somebody $32 an hour to fill out paperwork to sell a home that you're going to potentially get 6% on. I'm just not.
He's going to get 3.
Well, not if you're the front side and the back
Oh,
side.
that's true. I guess you're right.
I know somebody just sold a house that got both sides. So I'm just telling you, I'm not going to pay Joanna $32 an hour for paperwork that she had to fill out. That everybody has to fill out when you're listing a home, right? I mean, give me a break. So, Craig, I'm gonna tell you the real reason, Craig, and you don't want me to disclose the real reason on the air. I will just handle it with you privately. You're gonna let me out of this deal, and we're gonna be allowed to go out and get our own realtor, one that we vetted, and I don't feel is hasn't done what Joanna really did.
I'd love for you to text me that offline. I can't wait to hear this one.
I'll tell you, and the next commercial break and the.
Where'd you find this broad again? Yeah, I said broad.
Backpage.
Yeah, whatever.
I mean, did somebody know her? Is a friend of a friend?
Kinda, a little bit. Just.
Is she up there though? Is she like a local real estate agent? Or is she from a different area?
She's from up in that area. So, anyway, Craig, be expecting a phone call from me today. And I hope we can remedy to this, because if not, I will get on the air every day, and I'm not going to slander or defame or liable. I've been very careful about choosing my words wisely today. I'm sure that you have had some unbelievable success stories. Craig, you own a Century 21 franchise that probably does very well. I'm sure that Century 21 vets its franchisees, so I'm sure you do a great job. But, I can certainly explain to my audience on my platform the trials and tribulations I've had with one of your agents in a real life scenario. I'm not defaming, slander, or anything. I didn't even use her last name. So, but I will speak about my experiences daily.
Are you willing to give her another chance?
No.
No.
Done. I want her. I just want out of the contract. I'll pay the fees that you guys have absorbed. Let me out of my deal, and let me go pick another real estate agent. Not from your Century 21 office, but I have one in mind, Lummy, that sold my sister's house, and she's a Century 21 girl too. And that's who I would prefer to use, and that's who I probably should have used to begin with. So anyway,
have you thought about using Jesse Cage?
No. I love Jesse, but I'd like to use this girl that my sister. I should have consulted with my sister. She knows best about everything.
Did you sign the contract with Century 21 or with the agent?
That's all Erica's information. That's all her wheel.
Because arguably you could just make Century 21 switch agents.
Well, it's not from the same Century 21 franchise.
Oh.
It's from a different one.
Oh, okay.
So, anyway, Craig Beggins from Century 21. I think maybe in like Madeira Beach or somewhere over there in Pinellas County. Let's chat today, so that we can get this thing.
Is that a threat?
So no, I don't think.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if we were kind of just like, we'll see you today, buddy.
Dan, you're a lawyer. If I say, hey, Craig Beggins from Century 21, Pinellas County, I would think that you and I should probably try to chat today and lay this to rest. I don't think that's a threat at all, is it?
No, it's nowhere near a threat.
No, I think we need to chat today and get this thing remedied. And be done with it.
I'll show up to the Madeira Beach office.
You protest with me?
You need backup?
Pickup signs?
I've always wanted to protest a real estate office.
You want to get the cream machine started?
Yeah, wear the duck outfit and.
I don't want to get on every day and talk about this particular Century 21 franchise really doing me dirty. And there'll be a time I might be able to tell you guys what, Joanna really did.
Have you thought about a for sale by owner? Oh, I know what she did, Bubba. Did she have sex in the master? Because that's something that a lot of real estate agents do now.
Let's move on before you guys start trying to guess what Joanna did, and it's like way, way very egregious and not,
I know I got it right.
So anyway, Lummy, did you see? I was watching the Marlins. I think this is Saturday.
Yes, it is.
The Marlins.
I was watching the Marlin Rays game. I'm moving on quite quickly, and I got stuck. On two things. I was watching the Marlins Rays deal, and I was stuck on that because it was a good game.
Oh, it was.
And then I somehow got stuck on the women's finals of the French Open tennis tournament, and there was this big girl, like 6'2", with big back muscles. Looks like she just got her lips done. Big jugs. And I think she's the number 1 ranked tennis player in the world.
Really?
And I was enamored by just how unbelievably good she was. But she got upset by the African American, the American beat her? The black American girl beat her.
All right.
Coco is a Coco Gauff?
Yes. Coco Gauff came back and beat her, but I was absolutely enamored with this one girl. I don't know what her name is.
Coco.
But it sounds like she's having an orgasm after every time she hits the ball.
Really?
She's one of those.
Celis?
She's like one of those. Hold on. Lummy, did you see? So
I saw this.
Oh,
yeah.
my God. So Saturday.
You got to show a video
The
of this.
Rays are playing the Marlins, and the Marlins pitcher is warming up. After you throw your last pitch, the catcher always tries to do a warm up throw down to second
throwdown.
simulate a guy, stealing second, stealing first.
Yeah.
No, that would be stealing second. When you go first to second, you're stealing second, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. So they always do. It's baseball tradition. But I always remember, as I was a catcher, when I was like between 6 and 11, I was a catcher, and Lummy, we were always taught that use the pitching mound rubber as a gauge to where the bag is, because it's a perfect line. They're right in line with each other. The home plate, the pitching rubber, and second base are all parallel. They're like boom, boom, boom. So you're taught as a catcher to try to get it right over or on the first base side of the pitching mound rubber is what that's what they teach catchers.
Yeah.
Well, balls get away from catchers just like they get away from others. That in conjunction with this pitcher taking his time. Now, the pitchers are supposed to throw the ball and then kind of briskly get off the mound. Well, this is just the perfect storm. One, the catcher throws the ball on the wrong side of the second place bag. So he's not in the middle of the mound or rubber or on the right side of the rubber. He's kind of on the extreme left. It's going to be a bad throw. The shortstop or second baseman that's catching the throw, Lummy, is going to have to, it's a horrible throw. You wouldn't get anybody out. But the pitcher takes his time on getting off the mound. He takes his time.
Yeah.
And watch what happens. Here we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that. Bam.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
It looks like he was showboating. He's pointing out to the crowd.
Yeah, well.
Happy to be there. Playing for the Marlins.
Bam.
The Marlins have the absolute worst record on stolen bases, too, right? Don't they have 70 stolen bases?
I don't know.
No, against them. I think they're one of the worst teams in the league for allowing stolen bases because the pitcher's so slow at that. I mean, the catcher's so slow at that throw.
Well, he's also not very accurate.
Look at the umpire's face.
Oh yeah! I never really looked at the umpire. Look at the umpire. He's crazy. Watch. He really zoinks it out. Ready? Bam! Watch.
Oh. I mean, whenever you see something like this, you go, I've never seen anything like this. But I've never seen anything like this. Not in the game, not in warm-ups, not
a direct shot to his head.
And you've seen, we've seen pitchers get hit from off the bat, or we've seen about everything. We've seen people home runs that go off. Remember Jose Canseco one time, Lummy, went to go catch a ball and it went off top of his head.
Sure did.
And went over into right field.
Yep.
So we've seen, it's like Seth has seen, if you're our age and you watch enough baseball, you've seen about every scenario. About everything that's going to happen.
And Dr. Dan is right. They are the worst team against, we're giving up stolen bases per game by a lot.
By like 20.
So doesn't that show you need a new catcher?
Oh, yeah, they do.
Yes.
Absolutely. Their catcher's horrible.
I mean, their catcher's probably bad. Catcher's usually bad about 200. But they're such a specialty job that it's really tough to find a good catcher. But when your catcher is got the worst, stolen base percentage by 20, you got to. It's time to call the AAA guy up, don't you think?
You would think so.
They had a 5-pitch inning the other day too. 5 pitches to get out of the inning, and they gave up a run.
Now
Everyone swung on the first pitch.
I didn't see.
This is fake.
Oh, it's fake.
Yeah.
All right, I won't play it then. I won't. Did we have a hailstorm in Tampa?
No.
Yes, we did have a hailstorm. Someone just showed me video of a hailstorm.
But
a really bad storm.
It's this one, and let me saying it's fake.
All right,
This is saying hailstorm in Tampa, Florida, June 3rd.
I mean, we were all here.
It wasn't here. It was like more like Walt County. I think there were hail.
Okay.
What's that now?
You think it's fake?
Let me know it's fake.
I got video like this from somebody a couple days ago.
That big.
I mean, every car in the world would be trashed. That looks like the sky's falling.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
I mean, that's like somebody that's went and found the worst hailstorms in the history of the world.
Patched them together.
And patched them together. and you know,
like how are we all? We were all here and we're all looking at each other like, oh yeah, when did this happen?
Yeah, what was I doing? I know I go to bed early. But hello.
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You there?
Yep.
The profile, by the way.
Yeah. My wife's a stupid bitch.
Jesus.
Sounds like you have what? Why don't you put her?
I was gonna ask Dan something.
Why don't you put your wife on? Let's talk to her.
Oh, you want to put my wife on?
Yeah,
really?
I want to talk to her.
She is literally gonna bitch me out, and you want to hear her?
No,
It's better than having your medical issue.
Put her on. Let's put her on. Oh, here we go. Come here, babe. Oh, she told me to go fuck myself.
Oh, sir,
Nice.
sir, that's not.
Strike one.
It's one of them.
Have you?
I was gonna say something to Dan, but no.
Dan can't give.
What does Merch Creek got for property?
Dan can't.
How many acres does?
I can't talk to a drunk person at this early in the show. Hello. That person.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Oh, hello. Hey, Bubba, just let you know I'm an avid fan of yours, and I hope you really do a good job. How do I listen to your army?
Do you got YouTube?
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, go to YouTube and type in the Bubba Army, and boom, you can watch every show that we do, including right now.
Cool. So I don't need no military recruiter, right?
No, nothing like that.
He's being a dick, Bubba.
I know. I know he's being a dick.
I just wanted to keep you sharp.
Yeah, Dan. So did you see where Kylie Jenner? I guess that she, a lot of celebrities like always want to say that I didn't do any plastic surgery, or the plastic surgery that I do is a secret or whatever.
Dude, the Kardashians' plastic surgeon lives in like the carriage house.
I think so.
There's no what do
Exactly.
they deny?
And I think she kind of walked through. Like, I think she kind of just told everybody what her plastic surgeon's name, kind of giving him a little shout out, and how many cc's her boobs are.
Oh, yeah, she left it as a comment I saw in one of her pictures.
But here's the thing, Dan. She said that she did like 445 cc's or something like that, but she said half under the muscle, half not.
Because they're never 100% under the muscle.
Here.
Kylie Jenner is a girl's girl who doesn't gatekeep because she knows the best of the best, even if it's her boob job. She broke down the exact details of her procedure in a TikTok comment after a fan praised her.
Here you go. 445 cc's, moderate profile, under half the muscle, silicone. Garth Fisher. Hope this helps. Now, what does all that mean? I understand 445 cc's. I realize that. Does moderate profile, is that like the shape of the implant?
Yes, it's how far it sticks out off the chest.
Okay.
So it's not high profile, which doesn't mean it sticks up high towards the neck. It means it sticks out a certain amount more.
I like that. I like the
So
moderate.
most people get moderate plus. It's the same thing.
Okay. Half under the muscle.
Okay, so that means dual plane. So that means instead of, it can mean one of two things. First of all, when you do a breast augmentation and it's not for breast cancer, you cut the bottom of the muscle so it window shades up, and then the implant's usually like 2/3 under the muscle. When it's kind of half under the muscle, that implies that she had what's called a dual plane, meaning you go above the muscle for like 2 or 3 inches, and then you go below the muscle. It's for a more of a mature, semi-saggy breast. You can get away without doing a lift.
Okay. So it
makes sense at her age.
Does she have children?
Yes.
So probably a woman that's had children might have a little sag to it,
a little bit of looseness,
because they've had children, and even if they're in the most in shape woman in the world, they can't help what childbirth will do to your boobs. Even if you're going to the gym and eating right and not gaining that much weight, it still kind of is rough on your jugs, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And then so that's what. A half under the muscle would be more towards somebody that doesn't need a lift, but you need it to ride a little higher, maybe.
You just want that. You just don't want the breast falling off the implant. You know what I mean? Because if you have your implant like nice and perky and your breast is sagging off of it, that doesn't look good. So if you do the dual plane, the breast implant falls into the bottom of the breast and sort of swings up the nipple like a pendulum.
Work, saying 445 cc's, moderate profile, half under the muscle, silicone. And she even plugged her Beverly Hills surgeon. According to London's Center for Surgery, 445
Damn, man, she looks pretty damn good.
cc's is estimated to be between a D and a double D cup, depending on the starting breast size.
Now, that
and
one's
a
a
moderate
little low.
Yeah, the left one is a little low, and maybe that's why, Dan, she feels insecure about it, and she takes the hair and covers
it. Yeah,
you know
because
what I'm saying?
she's got like a little asymmetry by like 2 inches.
Yeah, so
Look
it
at
looks
that.
maybe that's why the right hair over the right. The hair flip over the right breast, because I can just tell you right now. Now, she is kind of leaning to the left, but again, that might be strategically how she likes to take her pictures
most
try to
people-
throw you off on the fact that her left boob's a little droopy.
No one's symmetrical. We're all like custom built cars, and using an angle like that helps hide it.
Profile
Almost
is meant
everyone
to
is asymmetrical. Cindy Crawford's asymmetrical.
appear the most natural. People raved over Kylie's comment.
Oh, those are pretty nice. Now there, Dan.
Yeah,
it
the right
looks-
one's sitting higher. You can see it. Look at the
Calling her
shadow.
a girl's girl and a queen for helping out her fans. Even though her boobs are the blueprint for a lot of girls, a top plastic surgeon is warning people to proceed with caution. Dr. Anna Steve exclusively spoke to Page 6 about the Kylie and said that handing her specs to a surgeon may be disappointing, telling us that women seeking the same look wouldn't necessarily want to go with the same specs. The same implant will look totally different on two different women.
Well, duh.
True, but people don't realize that.
Yeah, I want if a girl could walk in and throw the specs down, demand that, and it would be the doctor's responsibility to say, "Hey, that looks good on Kylie. Your body's not the same as Kylie.
It's Cinderella's slipper. If it doesn't fit, it's not going to work."
Quit.
And warned people that asking for her results from a less qualified plastic surgeon may also not get you the results you desire.
Now, Dan, there's probably a certain amount of experience that a plastic surgeon may need to do that. Like, meaning, not every plastic. Maybe you got a rookie plastic surgeon, and they're not good with half under the muscle. Some of those things that you talked about.
Yeah, you need more than one tool in your tool chest, and so you need to be able to do it through the armpit or from underneath or through the nipple. You need to be able to go above the muscle, below the muscle, subfascial, dual plane. You have to have all those tricks, and the most important thing, Bubba, like I said, is these implants. In the old days with the saline implant, you just add a little, put another 50 cc's in there. It was not a big deal. These implants, if you get it wrong, it looks like a wedding cake, where the implant's under the breast and the breast is sitting on top of it, but smaller, and it staggers.
So although silicone looks better, it's harder to work with.
Yeah,
on your end of the deal.
It's not forgiving.
But if you do hope to get her look, she suggests that bringing photos of how you like them looking best is actually more helpful than asking for her exact specs. Well, there you have it.
All pretty much common sense to me.
Mm-hmm. But I've done more of these than anyone else pretty much in the state of Florida. So, please come to me if you have a breast augmentation. It's summertime. You want to look good in the beach. Call me, 888-8-DIACOS, DIACOS.
Hello.
Nope, not even a little bit.
Hello.
So this isn't going to end well.
Hey, I'm sorry. She's still cussing.
Well, sir, it sounds like she might want to go on the air. I might be able to calm her down.
I'm trying to get her on the air, but she won't quit cussing.
Can you tell her just to go on the Bubba show and not cuss? And I'm going to be super cool to her?
If I duct tape her mouth.
Sir.
Why'd you call back?
Yeah, don't ever call my show again, ever. And maybe not even listen.
Why not?
Because you're bugging me.
Why not?
Because you're bugging me. And you're irritating, and you're wasting my time.
I'm not that. I'm not that.
Yeah, you're a dick. You are that much of a dick. You are. You really are. Trust me. I'm a dick. I'm a dick expert.
He's got the dick meter.
Whenever my wife starts yelling at me, I got to call somebody on the radio and bother them.
Exactly. When I return, we're going to get into the finals of the French Open female.
You have it.
Oh, I got it. And oh my God. The girl that I like, the
Arna Sablaka.
Yeah. Which I think is I think she's the number one rated tennis player and female tennis player in the world. It looks like, Dan, that she just got a lip job, so it looks a little ducky to me, and I don't like the duck lips.
She get hit in the face with a
No,
tennis ball?
no, I don't think so. But she's the one that sounds like she's having an orgasm after every hit, And I thought she was going to win because she was up for the first. But the American, what's her name? Coco Gauff.
Yes.
She came back and won it. I'll do that next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Mom says your father's been a real estate agent for 30 years and has never charged an admin fee ever.
I didn't know it's been a real estate agent for 30
years.
It doesn't work. That's why I hasn't charged
4 months.
What's up, Snook Slayer? Dan Pringle Can 666. Chop It Up Spice. J Fish. Caviar Taco. Peach Mel.
Caviar.
Good morning. Jesse, good morning. Leverage your Gerber. A long time. Bubba. Back Chris. GMT, good morning. You sure will. Yinzer. Ghost profiles past, sure. Love on for life. Good morning. Candy Powers, what's up, Andy? Dave Rocks. CC Hall, good morning. Organic Gene, Fat Pig, Old Yoke. Joe the Supermarket. Yins are on both sides. See. If it don't fit, get a new tit. Kirk, Yankee Jib, Comfortable Biker. Dr. Krause, Blondie, Bart Hudson. It's funny. You hear that on the video of swinging. That joke was Zuski. Fuck you. 305. Jesus. Blonde Diva, Magnum. Monique, what's up, T. Barrington? Jeff Pearson.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't feel that way because of every comeback. They were up by like 21, and I'm like, I don't think this is enough. I was like, I don't think this is enough.
I couldn't force myself to stay
OKC was up by 21.
Yep, and then the Pacers came roaring back.
What? That's kind of their gimmick, isn't it?
That's their gimmick. Lummy saw it. I fell asleep. Lummy told me what happened.
Dan Pringle can $20.
21?
21.
Bo Jackson's the man.
Lummy, can you tell Paper Towel Willie that he's the fucking man?
Oh yeah, he helped me out a little bit too Friday. Just
Paper Towel Willie, you're the fucking man. You're so generous.
I'm telling you, he loves a good road trip.
He does.
He's a fucking great dude, man.
He must really get centered when he's driving.
Who knows?
We went big box back at 6:05.
What's that?
I'm keeping times now, but at 6:05 we went big box. I'm documenting this whole week.
Document this shit.
With times.
Give me that air check, Lummy.
I will.
As soon as you can.
Okay.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
By the way, I've been informed that Seth's dad, David, has been a real estate agent for 30 years and has never charged anybody an administration fee.
Well, maybe you should have, and then I wouldn't be here today.
Exactly.
You'd be living in Avila because of administration fees.
Just on 30 years of admin fees,
I
you'd
mean,
be
come
already,
on. $32 an hour, please.
Dan's
Yeah.
Pringle can, $20.
Dan's Pringle can.
Love that name.
All right.
No,
So-
come on. Are you here just because of the babe? Are you here for the grunting? What do you?
Yes, and yes.
Is that that lady's kid?
Yes. No. This is that lady's kid.
She's a large woman.
Yeah, I mean,
Belarusians are tall to begin with.
Where's she from?
Belarus.
Where's that at?
It's near
Russia.
Ukraine. It's right above Ukraine.
So is it real close to Russia?
It's to the left of Russia and above Ukraine.
But it's its own country.
Yes. It used to be part of the Soviet Union. It's a small country. In the Olympics, they're known for trampolines.
Oh, really?
I know. That's for some reason.
So again,
they dominate in the trampoline because there's nothing else in Belarus. It's a shit. I'm sorry.
Dan, what in the hell is going on?
It's in the middle of nowhere.
So, they have the number 1 rated female tennis player in the world, and we have the number 2, Coco, and they got Ariana or Arena
Sabalenka.
Arena Sabalenka versus Coco Graf.
Yeah, golf.
And I was just completely enamored. I kept going from this to the Rays game. And here's the deal, man. When you're playing on clay, they don't allow you to wear like cleats or anything like that. You just got to wear tennis shoes.
You slide.
And you'll slide. It's not a wonder they don't have more knee injuries and stuff like that because, and then in Wimbledon, that's grass, right?
Yes.
Wimbledon's grass, and you're not allowed to have a cleat or anything like that. And boy, they really slide a lot. Your lips, Dan. It looks like she just had a lip job. Look, hold on. I guess the French Open is a real prestigious, like the U.S. Open, the French Open, the Australian. I think this is one of the crown jewels of tennis.
Yes.
I think so.
It's a major.
It is. Here's this Russian bitch making these sounds as she I'd be a little intimidated.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun.
Look, hold on. 6'2".
So what you weigh, 170, 180?
Probably 2. But I mean, Bud is in
They got her at 5'11".
Okay, she's probably 5'11". Here we go. I mean, she really kung fu fights that thing. An American girl from the USA, she's teeny tiny, but she's very attractive too. Doesn't wear a lot of makeup, really pretty face.
Man, she looks.
She's pretty too.
She's intense.
She's pretty too.
She is pretty.
Dan, I think she just had her lips done.
Yeah, she probably did right before.
Maybe it's the next shot I missed.
Avantage golf.
Gosh. She really draws it out, man.
That's what I'm saying, man. I was just watching it because it gets intense. But when she's got teeny tiny little shots, this little gimmicks, then she doesn't do it. But when she's really putting full horsepower behind it, she draws it out. And she's real fiery too, man. She's like,
yeah, she's gonna keep you up all night.
Can you imagine if this is the kind of grunting that she does just to play tennis? Can you imagine the kind of grunting when you're really laying a gimmick to her?
Like I said, she'd probably wake up the whole neighborhood.
I mean, she like you said, she really draws it out. It's like,
You're not gonna be able to hide from your kids either. You know what I mean? With the kids in the next room, like, oh, mom's having sex again.
I mean,
it's good tennis.
That's good tennis.
Yeah, it's good tennis.
That's good tennis. Just a little bit more, and I'll let you go. She's super young too. I think she's super young, and I think she's the next big rock star in American tennis.
We need a new one. I'm tired of the Serena Williams ones.
Yeah, I'm tired of the Williamses. They came and like a wrecking ball and did so well. I don't know how many.
Oh, they go down as one of them goes down as probably the best tennis player.
Serena or Venus? Serena was the better one, right?
Yeah, she had more longevity. She'll probably go down as one of the best female tennis players of all time.
Serena probably will go down as like top 3 of all time.
She really could, yeah.
And I don't think she's lesbian either.
No, she's not. Yeah, Coco's 21 and she lives in Delray Beach.
Good for her. She's from Florida.
So a Florida girl, 21.
God bless her.
Winning, one of the big slinging. I mean, this is one of the most prestigious.
It was the finals.
Yeah, she won it all. That was the finals. That was the finals. This just came down, I think, on Friday, and it's just not NIL for football and some of the sexier sports. I think this ruling, it is for all sports.
A major change to college sports here. $2.8 billion in a settlement now clearing the way for colleges to pay top student athletes. ABC's Christian Cordero is in Washington with more. Christian, good morning.
Just top ones. So if you're the long snapper, Lummy, it seems like you're still getting screwed.
Well, because they're going to put a salary, like a cap on it.
It's like $20 million a school, and it has to be split amongst all the sports. So you think Alabama's going to give it to women's swimming, or you think they're going to give it to the football team?
Well,
so it screws women.
You said that it had to be all sports.
All sports, but it doesn't have to be evenly distributed. It doesn't have to be evenly distributed between men and women. So it just has to be divvied out.
But it's a way to make the other sports competitive because the footballers are getting the booster money, and so the booster money now can stay on the football side, and the swimming and the track can get like some money from the school.
This is your sign to lace up the old college soccer cleats and make a comeback. Good morning to you. You know, just a few
Quit trying to be funny. Give me the news.
The
years
speed
ago,
walking team's not
it
getting
seemed
any money.
unfathomable that student athletes would get paid. Now, some are making in the millions, and we're just getting started.
This morning, a new era in college sports as thousands of NCAA athletes, both current and former, are set to get their first payday.
Hold on, and former.
Yeah, they're back paying people. I think the last 10 years.
Last 10?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. They put
based on what? Based on how good you were back then? Like, I mean, you know, if you were third string and never saw the court.
No, if you were somewhat popular, they put $2.8 billion to the side.
It looks like this is going to maybe hockey.
Signed off on a landmark
Nobody would ever think that the hockey, the star center or winger or goalie for a hockey team 9 years ago at Michigan State. I'm thinking of one of the premier programs. Is going to get a little bit of a something.
But you know what they should do is again like the original mission of college athletics. Pay for their schooling, pay for their room and board and their books and all that stuff, and then maybe gave them a couple $1,000.
Dan's right
for a salary, for like a kind of like a little bit of a salary
stipend kind of thing.
Yeah, stipend.
Yeah,
but giving them $2 million a year is stupid.
I don't think everybody's going to get millions. I think that you're going to get some people that get their things taken care of, or they get like $500 a week. But either way, I mean, they're still
better.
They're still getting paid.
Right.
So
They should get something. They shouldn't get $2 million a year. I think that's ridiculous. It's outrageous.
Well, that's still going to happen.
But that was just $20 million for all the sports combined.
No, but the
the NIL stuff.
what's the Arch Manning? What's he going to get this year? He'll be
millions.
Like 5 or 6, I think.
$1 settlement that allows universities to pay its student athletes directly.
This is a monumental change, one of the biggest changes in the history of college sports.
It streamlines the NIL model that went into effect in 2021. Top athletes striking big-time deals for their name, image, and likeness. Starting next month, the schools will write those checks, and the deals will be subject to more regulation. The agreement comes after years of lawsuits, student athletes arguing they should get a cut.
Yeah, girls basketball now is a thing.
The revenue
in college.
Yeah, the college girls are going to end up making more money than the professional girls.
But there are still many questions about what a level playing field looks like as the line between college sports and the pros fades.
They are still technically considered amateurs, is that right?
They aren't employees of their school, which is really where the next fight is going to be. In pro sports, the way that they put salary caps in place, the way they keep players from switching teams every year is by collectively bargaining those things with the union. And right now, college sports is on the cusp of professionalism, and a lot of people want to see it head toward a collective bargaining agreement going forward.
Well, with that might put a stop to, all the transfer portal deals where a guy can play 5 different colleges in 5 different years. Maybe if there's a collective bargaining type deal where if you're going to accept money, it locks you into having to be there X amount of years, or you're not going to get the money. Or
QBs are going to get paid. They're going to get paid the majority of this money.
Yeah,
right.
No, I agree with that.
It's got to go. It's got to go to the money generating sports. It's got to go to the big time.
I just
sports.
think that we have a problem with the transfer portal, where literally, man, you can. The way I understand it, you can transfer 5 times.
Yes, you can. Yeah,
you can transfer 5 times, and not sit out and not do nothing.
Nope.
Now, as for the back pay for student athletes, the settlement applies to those who competed between 2016 and today. Guys, it's expected to be paid out over the next decade. Guys.
Okay, Christian, I still have those old boots, by the way.
The nice thing, Bubba, is hopefully people won't have to steal crab legs to feed themselves because they're afraid of violating their amateur eligibility. I think the college athletics have been getting taken advantage of. You know what changed all this? Cable. Because none of this crap would have been on TV. It would never have been generating money. No one would have cared.
You mean all the TV deals?
All the TV deals.
With the conferences?
Absolutely. It's generated billions and billions of dollars.
And hold on. That in Flow Sports.
Yeah, but I'm saying more access to live sport action through streaming, through cable, through all these things, all these new mechanisms, and the gambling. And so people are watching, University of Southern Utah's, cornhole team because they're gambling on it.
That's right. I mean, there are a lot of gambling junkies out there.
Money in the Bank was the Money in the Bank pay-per-view was this weekend, and this is a high spot from Logan Paul. And for all those, I'm not going to play the sound of it, Lummy, because we could potentially.
Oh, they'll get us in 2 seconds.
Oh, even if we have no sound.
No, I'm saying if we play any sound, even for a second, they'll get us.
No, I'm not going to play any sound. So for anybody, listen, and I was somewhat skeptical when this Logan Paul guy started being in the WWE, and I'm somewhat cynical with regards to his brother, how good of a boxer he really is. But these Paul guys really know how to market. They're
big athletes too.
It's not like it's a stretch that his brother. I don't know how good of a boxer he is, but he's certainly in shape.
He certainly knows how to buy a fight.
And he knows, and he's got it dialed. They all got it dialed in.
In the end, does it really matter how good of a boxer he is if he's making, $100 million a fight?
Nope. Just matters how good matters how good of a promoter he is, and he's good. He's a unbelievable one at that. And so when Logan Paul started dabbling with wrestling, it first was kind of a gimmick, wasn't it, Seth? At first.
Yeah, they had him do a couple of I don't know if they had intentions on him being a part-time guy who was going to carry a belt, but I mean he is impressed in every match I've seen him in.
I know quite a bit about wrestling. I've dabbled in it on specialty gimmick matches. I'd be the dark match or the opening match on various. I've probably have 30 matches total under my belt. But they're all gimmick, opening. It was just I'm not a wrestler. I was a gimmick deal, I very limitedly trained. Obviously, I hung out with Hulk Hogan a lot, helped me, get a lot of those opportunities. So when Logan Paul first started, I was a little skeptical. I was like, okay, they're using the guys, obviously social media currency to be able to promote their matches and what have you. But I watched this move of this that Seth sent me over the weekend on the Money in the Bank pay-per-view. And this is an unbelievable, like Shawn Michaels, some of the best workers, RVD, the Hardy Brothers, Flair. I don't even know if Flair did anything this high spot wise, but this is an unbelievable high spot for anybody, any of the greats, any of the all-time greatest workers. You have to hit the table correct. You can't get bounced off the rope too much because you'll miss the table. You gotta make it look stiff while protecting the guy. This is an unbelievable high spot. I got nothing but love for this guy. This guy's a real worker. This guy is a real worker. Logan Paul from Money in the Bank. Here we go. I can't play the sound because we'll get a copyright strike, so I can just play the video. So now right here, there's so many things that could go wrong. You got to, 1, hit the table perfectly. 2, your knees can't hit the guy's rib or his head. You'll hurt him. You got to protect yourself. So you got to, this is a really, 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 highest level high spot. You have to hit the rope, flip, hit the rope just perfect enough, do a flip, and then not knee the guy. Now, you can see the guy sees he's going to be a little shallow. So you see the guy scooching towards the end of the board because he knows the guy that Logan maybe short-sold it a little bit. This guy is just as much a good of a worker rather than to stay on this. If you look when the guy first started, he, perfect. What you want is your butt and your knees to hit the table while saving the dude. The dude's perfect. What Logan Paul's chest hits him, that ain't gonna hurt him. Look at this.
That's an incredible move.
Incredible. And look at Logan Paul's knees and ass hits the table and never hurts the dude. Never hurts the dude. Look. He actually has to hold on to the dude so the dude doesn't fall off the table and stays and breaks with the table. See how he takes care of the guy? Mm-hmm. Watch him hold the guy. He'll hold the guy because you don't want the guy falling off. You want the guy falling on your pile. You don't want the guy to go towards the ring because it messes up the high spot. So look at Logan Paul. He actually grabs the guy and throws him back on. See him? Mm-hmm. Oh, this is a good... Oh,
there you go.
Whoa! He's that far away?
Yes.
I thought it was right next to the ring. No. He cleared 10 feet.
He's 9 to 10 feet
Jesus.
away.
This angle is way more dramatic.
Now watch how now at that point, you're launching yourself and you have no idea where you're going to end up. Because you're doing a flip. And then this guy, they all know. This guy knows you got to be skinny on the table. You got to be, they call that skinny on the table. You don't want to have thick. You don't want to be here because you have no room for error at that point. You're going to get sputted. You're going to get kneed. Look at this. Now watch him grab him and throw him. Bam!
Incredible.
And the thing about it is, realistically, I'm not trying to say I could do it. No way could I do it. There's not a lot of people that could. But it looks, and that's a lot of wrestling is that way. It looks a lot worse than it really is because these guys are such professionals and they know what they're doing.
But it's a great stunt.
But as it happens real time in the studio or on TV, you're like, oh my God, that is. It just looks mind blowing. So I think I can turn my volume back up.
Yeah.
Well, this is somewhat disturbing.
For this guy.
This is a guy that's running, I think, for the Republican. I don't know in Colombia if the Republicans and the liberals or the Democrats or like what their party system is per se. I don't know.
I think they just party as cocaine in Colombia. That's all they do.
I'm running on the cocaine. I'm running on the cocaine party.
Yeah, it's the party
anyway,
everyone wants to be on.
This he's a legitimate candidate for the president of Colombia. I think they're having an election. And well, you know, I think this is kind of how they roll in Colombia.
Segundo, salud mental. El principal problema en Bogotá, en Colombia.
Yep.
How many you get off? Like 5?
Let's count them.
Segundo, salud mental. El principal problema en Bogotá, en Colombia.
You see him get hit in the head.
6, 7, 8, 9.
8 or 9. 8 or 9.
He got hit.
Oh, he got hit in the head.
He's in critical condition. They don't think he's going to make it.
He's a current senator, too, for him.
He's a current senator, yeah. So it's not like he's just some jobber. You know, he's already a high-ranking dude. So when I come back, Jared Leto is now in trouble for inappropriate behavior with phone calls, emails, and text messages to underage girls.
So 30 Seconds to Mars fans.
Yeah. Is that what he is? 30 Seconds to Mars?
Yeah.
It's like, man, everybody's getting in trouble forever. I mean, like, you know, you can't even like have consensual sex with a groupie anymore.
He looks like a Jesus version of Jake Gyllenhaal.
Oh, I mean, like he's super dreamy. All the bitches go. I mean,
really?
Seth will be able to
Jake
tell me
without the gay part.
But I mean, Seth, don't all the bitches just go completely?
They played
crazy over this guy.
30 Seconds to Mars played probably 4 or 5 shows for us at 97X, and I mean, it was an absolute cluster F every time that these guys would play.
And
is he so dreamy?
I mean, they were like
because he's a good-looking guy.
They were a rock band.
He was a good-looking guy.
He was in. I mean, in the early 2000s, he was in his prime movie time, and he was a rock star. So and 30 Seconds to Mars was almost the alternative equivalent of like an NSYNC or a Backstreet Boys.
They were very popular.
The fans were rabid. They would come to our parking lot and leave notes on our cars, and like 30 Seconds to Mars had all these different symbols, and people would leave symbols on our car just to get us to try to play 30 Seconds to Mars more. It was crazy.
Yeah. Can you imagine how many? I mean, and probably every hot Hollywood bitch, he probably had them all. Because he's a rock star and a movie star.
Oh yeah,
we'll get into that. I guess he's in a little bit. Of trouble. And then, of course, the obvious, man. L.A. is absolutely on. I mean, like it is like it looks like Vietnam. L.A. The governor refuses to. The governor is keeping local authorities, sheriffs, and the LAPD from helping all of these illegal immigrants, illegal alien protest. There's a Mexican protest. There's just all these protests that are going on in front of the federal building, I think in LA, and it's really turned into like a very violent situation.
This is like one of those times you're like hoping for an earthquake.
Well, I don't know, man.
Just like, I mean, they've had the wildfires, they've got riots. It's just, aren't they due for an earthquake?
Trump has
sent, about time for that place to just crumble down to the ground.
Trump has sent the National Guard. The National Guard has to do it all by themselves because the governor, Gavin Newsom, is a Democrat and he hates Donald Trump.
He told Tom Homan to come arrest him.
Yeah, and that nut job is the last person you want to tell you to come arrest him.
Tom Homan will.
Homan will take a moped to L.A. if he has to arrest. I mean, Tom Homan he's real itching to arrest somebody, and especially a high-ranking Democrat like the governor of California. Cat calling him to come, man. If I'm Trump, I got Tom Homan on a private plane right now. I got him actually in the back of one of our fighter jets that can go like Mach 6, getting him out to L.A. as fast as he possibly can, because I can't arrest Gavin Newsom fast enough if I'm the president.
I sent you Tom Homan, and then I sent you Gavin Newsom, them both going back and forth.
Fantastic. We'll have that when we get back.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Simone Biles? About what?
Oh, Simone Biles is being a bitch.
You picked the right time because LA really killed that story.
What'd you say?
Just about one swimmer bitch shouldn't be like attacking transgender athletes. They just like people.
The Riley Gaines?
Yeah.
Riley Gaines?
Yeah.
Shouldn't be attacking transgender athletes?
Yeah.
Well, Riley Gaines. Who's Riley Gaines?
The swimmer is like big time for female activists on keeping.
Yeah, she's big time proponent, right?
Yeah. There's like, you think that was a story Friday? And it was like,
Go on, let's put it. I didn't hear any of that.
What's up, Rumble?
What's up? I got a car to the police. Dirt Merchant, $5. Thank you, Dirt Merchant.
Thank you, Paper Towel Willie.
Hope you're doing better.
Tarred and Feathered. Snook Slayer. Snizhook Slayer. Let me open up my PayPal. I could have gotten some major.
What's up, Jesse? Thank you, Derek Upchurch.
Tease on the PayPal for $50.
All right, Tease.
Thank you, Tease. I guess Tease getting more electronic savvy.
Slinging those pool cleanings. Bubba, the realty stuff's in your email.
Fantastic. Thank you.
What's up, Jay Bowler? What's up, Me76, Pickleville? KJJJPY, 48 months. Worked on something. Stupidity, that's what the update is. Grumpy old biker. Everyone's taking off, Lenny. Who's Herbert's? Yeah, of course, Mindy. What's he doing? Everybody needs to get on that. What's up, Nats fan? What's up, the Fat Pig?
What's up, Ghost of Profiles Past?
We're at Macho.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let me one question, and you can be honest.
Yes.
I know that you appreciate Seth, and you sometimes know what could potentially trigger him, so you'll prepare me accordingly. But is that one reason why you didn't send me the Pacers versus OKC highlights? Because it might trigger the poor fella.
It was very late last night, Bubba, and I just wasn't sure about the highlights. Which highlights I should send?
Well, you should send any highlight that showed that the Pacers came back from 21 down and won.
I'm just having trouble finding that.
You're just having trouble
search.
finding it because you know that I'm a Pacers fan and that he's an OKC fan. And Seth flat out told me, and you know what? I'm sure he's man enough to admit it, that my Pacers had, quote unquote, no chance in hell against. I think he said OKC in 5. I think he might.
Did I? I don't know if I did, but we could go with that.
Well, I mean, maybe you didn't say that, but I think you will admit that you told me I had no chance.
I mean, I might have said that to you. I could see myself saying that to you.
I even asked after the Pacers beat the Knicks. I go, do they have a chance against OKC? And you go, not a chance.
Because this is the game last night, right?
Yeah. Well, now hold on. So
when I went to bed, OKC
the first game
was just dominating.
The first game, what were they down by? Was it 15 or 14? Something like that.
Yeah, it was like 14.
Pacers were down by like 15-14 going into the fourth with 9 minutes left. Last night, the Pacers were down by 21. I don't know how late in the game or where that was, where they were down by 21. What was the final last night, Lummy?
We'll see. What I'm seeing is that OKC looks like it's 123, and it looks like Indiana's 109.
So you're saying that OKC won last night?
That's what it's looking like.
You are such a Lummy. People that call for your firing because you're stupid. I sometimes, I wonder.
Well, do you remember how you started this, Bubba?
Hold on. OKC won 123-107. It's right on my ESPN app.
Well, remember what you said, Bubba, to start this conversation?
No.
I do a lot of things not to upset Seth. Well, he was going
How
with
would
that.
That would have not upset Seth, them winning by 20?
No, I was letting him go with his little, making
He was letting me have my little fun.
He would have been.
You were so excited.
Hold on. Seth would have been in a great mood knowing that his Thunder came back last night.
That's a great mood.
But Bubba, that's why I didn't say anything, because he was playing a joke on you.
Lummy also did say, how could Bubba not know that the Pacers won if that's his favorite team? That's what Lummy said to me outside.
Because I rely on you guys.
You can't trust us.
You're right.
Even
I
Lummy.
can't trust. You know what, Lummy? Now you're on. You know what? Now, Lummy, you've lost that with me.
Man, Lummy.
No.
You've lost, Lummy. You were in on a rib trying to make me look stupid.
He didn't know what to do, Bubba. I'll give
Lummy,
him that.
I mean, Lummy, you went with the gimmick.
I sent you the full game highlights.
Oh, I could care less right now. I could literally care less, but you are officially in that category now. One of not being. I can't trust you.
I'm going to go pee on Seth's car.
I can't trust you either, Lummy.
I mean, Lummy.
You've lost it for both of us.
You co-signed a lie.
I know. I was trying to find what he was talking about. I didn't watch the game. I didn't know. I was looking for the highlights.
Lummy, you know every sports score in the morning.
Lummy, you know
every. You're like
Yeah.
Mr. CNN. I mean, ESPN.
Lummy, I'm gonna do something that's gonna upset you even more than yelling at you. You ready?
Oh, no.
I'm very, very hurt and disappointed by what you did. Man, why would you?
Sad, Lummy.
And that really brings me. I thought the Pacers were up 2-0. I'm feeling splendid.
Well, don't let that change, Bubba.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, I know, but damn.
So is it 1-1?
Yeah, just keep the strong mindset. They got a game at OKC, man. That's not easy
They
to do.
got ran out of the gym last night.
They did,
They
yes.
got ran out of the goddamn gym.
They did.
That's what you should have said, Lummy. When I said, Lummy, who won last night? You should have said, Pacers got ran out of the gym.
We didn't want to hurt you, Bubba.
Instead, you go, Pacers pulled it out. They were down by 21. I'm like, what? Oh, my God. I don't even have to go check my ESPN app. I shouldn't, Lummy, when you tell me something, I shouldn't have to go double check.
Well, see, I was just, you were so happy that I didn't want to crush your spirits.
Let me just admit that you made a huge mistake.
I made a huge mistake.
Jeez.
Listen, that whole realtor thing, and then you were so happy about the Indiana Pacers. I was like, at least you got your mind off of that, Bubba. And I was like, it's good. It's good. Let him be in that good mindset until he finds out the next day.
Whatever.
I'm sorry.
Brett Favre re-signed with the
Aaron Rodgers re-signed with the Packers.
Yeah,
they're gonna
they
sit in Jordan Love for a year and see if. Oh, and they're bringing back Devontae Adams too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Devontae Adams is coming back. Aaron Rodgers is coming back. They're gonna make one last run at it.
Jared Leto is speaking out after the
Speaking out, Jesus Christ.
The Oscar winner was accused of sexual misconduct by several women online. Jared denies any wrongdoing in response.
See, that should be a problem.
What? When a gay guy commentates on rape?
You mean this outfit?
No.
Oh.
When they say
Tuxedo.
several women are making allegations online. Anybody can make any allegation online. Show me some hard data that he did what you did.
To the allegation.
I mean, these are huge allegations to throw against a guy. It should be more than just, on somebody's stupid-ass Instagram or Twitter feed.
As a rep for the actor details in a statement to Air Mail on June 7th. As for the allegations, 4 women allege they were underage when they began interacting with Jared, who is now 53, and 2 of them have gone on the record. Per Air Mail, in April, DJ Ali Teals reposted a 2012 Facebook status update, reading, quote, "You're not really in LA until Jared Leto tries to force himself on you backstage in a kilt and a snow hat."
What the hell?
Wow.
Oh, no.
I was assaulted by this creep when I was 17. Can you prove any of this? Or is this just like, I feel for a guy like this where you can get 5, 6, 7 stupid bitches to come together and say crazy things and really possibly get you absolutely canceled or blackballed or something.
But the chances of something like this happening are so high because this guy's out. This guy, not only is he a movie star, but he was out on the road, 200 nights a year, and you've got girls backstage at every single show.
Sure. I know that he's blasting bitches right and left, as he should, but it's just, I find it just really disturbing that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can just say, I was assaulted by this creep when I was 18. You should have to be able to prove that before you should say that, or that's slander, liable, and slander, and could, possibly defaming.
Yeah, I like his gender fluid style.
Per the outlet that, quote, "I was assaulted by this creep when I was 17. He knew my age and didn't care. What he did was predatory, terrifying, and unacceptable."
And so, Dan, in order to, as much as you don't like him in his gender fluid clothing
and necklace,
you gotta feel for the dude that just any bitch that was in
from 2012 Facebook. I mean, she's like on MySpace, like back in the 80s.
So
I mean, it's
you got this is a problem for these celebrities, that somebody from 2012 in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
But they were in their prime then. I mean, they were peaked then. I mean, it makes sense that they had a lot of dealings.
Jared's rep tells the outlet in response, quote, "Ms. Teals' allegations are demonstrably false." Another accuser, Laura LaRue, alleged in an interview with Air Mail that in 2008, she met Jared at an animal rights benefit which she attended with her mom. Per the outlet, she said she told him she was 16 and that he allegedly asked for her number.
Why do dudes wear shoulder pads?
I don't know, but
the jackets come with it. But those are bad shoulder pads, like from the 80s
Jared
shoulder
began
pads.
exchanging
He has their
emails
shoulders. She's
and
got
that
no
she
muscle.
visited him at his music studio several times. One time when she was 17, she alleged
Nice
he walked
outfit.
out of her room completely naked.
That's what I'm
Laura
saying.
told Air Mail she, quote, thought,
"Stop worrying about his outfit and start worrying about how slanderous and defamatory and not fair this is to be doing to somebody."
I agree.
I mean, this is ridiculous. Let's stop worrying about whether he's gay or whether he's got shoulder pads or stuff that doesn't matter.
You said shoulder pads.
This is an everyday normal outfit for you, Bubba, to see this and to not think twice about it.
I don't care. Let's not make the outfit the story. The story is that some bitch from 2012 can say that she was 17 and that this guy asked for his number and he saw her boobs or something.
But he's not facing anything.
maybe this was
yet. Yeah, this is how stuff starts.
just what
9
adult
women have
men
come
do.
out so far.
Jared's rep told the outlet,
Yeah, 1 turns into 9, turns into 19, and then the Bugsby guy from Houston's involved. Next thing you know.
In response, quote, their communications contain nothing sexual or inappropriate. The actress rep also alleged that Laura at one point, quote, applied to work as Mr. Leto's personal assistant, further underscoring the absence of anything inappropriate in any of their interactions. Laura has denied applying for such a position.
Yeah, that outfit I have to...
He's got a thing against buttons.
According to the outlet, 7 other women have also accused the actor of sexual impropriety, with some allegedly being underage, but Jarrett's rep has, quote, expressly denied all allegations.
And like, how would you prove this if you're one way or the other?
I don't know, but he is good looking. He is a handsome fella.
Like, what's happening? What is the current status of the Russell Brand stuff?
I was going to ask you that, Bubba. You have him and Russell Brand in the room naked across from you. Who you going for?
Oh God, I mean.
That's a tough question, Dan.
Same question over to you, Dan.
I think it's Russell Brand because he's going to make me laugh.
Right.
I just want to giggle as I'm feeling shame.
Trying to, ask me, please. So anyway, Lummy,
this guy's creepy. Russell Brand's funny.
We just got taken off the big. You see that, Lum?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I wrote it down.
Messing with us nonstop.
Was it because we were talking about the shoulder pads?
Must have been.
Get your hands off these poor people. They're just trying to live their lives, man. Get your hands off these poor people. They're just trying to live their lives, man.
Living your lives are not throwing explosives onto a federal building and starting cars on fire and jumping on federal, military buses and things like that. Like,
trying to live their lives, paying their taxes, been here 10 years. The fear, the horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community.
Your community and and your state is an absolute shiz show.
The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry.
Well, you're it's okay. It's okay to have illegal, undocumented immigrants, and that's okay. We're not supposed to, as a country, try to get these type of people out of our country that got into our country illegally, are undocumented. I'm just saying, and so they were able to get away with it the last administration, and they've now lived here 5 years. Well, I mean, didn't make it. Day one, crossing the border undocumented with no paperwork is just as bad as, the fifth year of the sixth day of the fifth year.
The 44 people that they're all protesting, they said are like some of the worst people
to be so
in
clear,
California.
But that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
Okay, man, you are messing with the wrong dude. I'm just telling you, right or wrong. This nut job will come get you.
I'd love to get your response to Governor Newsom saying, essentially, that your actions here are provocative, and the quote that he used was sowing chaos.
No, he said...
Governor Newsom's an embarrassment for the state. He's the one that's feeding this mantra. He supports sanctuary cities. He supports sanctuary laws. If he cared about public safety in the state of California, he would not have a sanctuary for criminals, where criminals get released to the streets of this state every day because of his policy.
I'd love to get your response to Governor Newsom saying...
Here's the thing. Take Governor Newsom and California out of it. If you are a governor from any state and you have set up sanctuary cities where people that have committed crimes, undocumented immigrants have committed crimes, and you don't hold them to justice like you would Bubba Clem or Dan Diaco, without cutting us a deal. They're prosecuting us through the system. But instead, you have let these people go because they're illegal immigrants for whatever reason or not. I don't understand. You've set up entire cities where you call them sanctuary cities, where these illegal undocumented immigrants can go and potentially hide or be somewhat sheltered or protected by your state government. How can that, no matter what your political affiliation is, how can that not be a major problem?
I think it is a major problem. You know, the people want peace. People want, you know, stability. They don't want riots. They don't want shutdowns. They don't want streets being, you know, blocked off. And a lot of times these protests, which are trying to stir up some sort of sentiment and sympathy, end up just bringing resentment towards them. And you go back to the BLM protests, a lot of those were disingenuous. BLM as an organization was fraudulent. And so much tension resulted from some cities just giving them the key to the city.
Now, the president of Mexico...
I sent you a highlight, but real quick too, also of the people that were ICE detained in L.A. and we're trying to get them out, and that's who they were protesting for ICE not to take out.
Right here?
Yeah, if you like, they show a highlight of the people they were trying to get rid of.
Can I just ask a question from an illegal immigrant point of view? I mean, if you knew that they were coming, where it seems like everybody knows where ICE is about to show up, would you?
I get out of there.
Want to get out of there for a couple days? I mean, is it that?
Well, the ones that the ICE got in L.A. were already in jail.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
They couldn't run.
So
these were all the bad hombres.
This is a message from the president of Mexico. Mexico President Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo is urging Mexicans to protest in the United States. If necessary, we'll mobilize. We don't want taxes on remittances from our fellow countrymen from the U.S. to Mexico. This is an act of war. What is she saying? That we're trying to tax people to come back into this? What is she saying?
What happens is, and what's happened, one of the big problems with the southern border and the immigration from the southern border is you have people coming from these really, really, really poor countries.
Iggy McGillicuddy, $20. Thank you. Love you, Iggy.
They come from these poor countries in Central America. They work under the table, they're not paying taxes, and they take a big chunk of their money and they send it back to Guatemala or Mexico or El Salvador or wherever they're living. So when you get these American dollars being sent to these, these underdeveloped Central American countries and South American countries, that's the remittance you're talking about, and that's what they're trying to argue is should not be taxed.
I think it should be.
Well,
I mean, it would matter if the money has been taxed already upon earning.
Right. I don't think you should be taxed on sending money outside the country.
But if it's cash and you've made it under the table, I don't know if there's really a way for the government to know that or not. But here's what I'm saying.
I think that what they're trying to do is discourage it, and I don't think that in itself is a bad thing. I think the illegal immigration, paying people, underpaying people, but underpaying them under the table, is horrible. I think exploiting anyone is horrible. So many immigrants that come here are really nothing much more than a slave to the people employing them because they have like an indentured servant. They have no mechanism to get out of that situation, and that's all horrible. But it all stems from us allowing people to live in the shadows.
I don't think the president of Mexico needs to be saying that we're going to have an act of war, and you need to start protesting in America.
Because if necessary, we will mobilize because we do not want taxes.
Does she have to have a music track behind her?
On remittances from our...
I'm turning the other way, and I can't run that fast, but I'm walking briskly or trying to run away and get to my car or go hide or go something, because to me that looks like an ass whipping waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Does it not?
Yes, it does.
Especially if I got my Mexico, flag, and I'm waving it back and forth, and I'm throwing cans at the squad cars.
Oh, and they're shooting at you too.
Yeah, they're shooting at you.
Let's take pictures.
Man.
Oh, they went rubber bullet crazy, man.
Yeah, they did. And then they brought the paintball guns out.
Because if necessary, we will mobilize because we do not want taxes on remittances from our compatriots in the United States to Mexico.
So is this to protest ICE detainees and ICE deportations, or is this to protest remittances?
It was one of the crazy things.
What do you think Grandpa Homan is like to his kids?
Well, I don't know.
Think he's a dick to his grandchildren?
No, I think he's
so
cool.
Stiff.
ICE captures worst of the worst illegal alien criminals in Los Angeles, including murderers, sex offenders, and other violent criminals. We'll get to that next. So did they actually go into the jails?
Yeah,
and get these? And this is where all this uprising has started, because the jails and the officer in all the California detention, all the people employed by California, which would be all of your jail, detention deputies, sheriffs, local police municipalities, all of that. All these people have been probably instructed by their bosses that came down from the governor to not cooperate with ICE. So when ICE comes into your facility, your lockup facility, are they not cooperating?
They weren't. The L.A. County and LAPD were not cooperating with ICE.
So how does ICE come in to the jail and say we know that there's this many people, they got the roster of people that are in jail that they want, and the people that work the jail said we're not.
Well, they were cooperating on giving them in jail, but like trying to leave, like when they needed protection leaving the jail, LA didn't help them out.
And they don't have to, Bubba. The states cannot interfere with federal law, but they don't have to help them without being compensated. So you can't take the U.S. government can't take the local sheriff and make him do anything. He can prevent him from obstructing him, but he can't solicit their help and for security in evacuating these.
So that's
these
where all
detainees.
this protesting has happened. When they're getting the bad guys out, the protesters are going crazy and throwing stuff at these guys. And the big buses they're going to put these bad guys on. I think that's a lot of what we're talking about here.
Yeah, that's part of it. Plus, they were obviously doing some raids around neighborhoods too.
So they were going.
I think that's where a lot of the.
That's where the big stuff.
That's what they're upset about, and I understand that too. But again, every other country in the world, if you violate their immigration laws, they will fine you and kick you out. And I don't think it's unreasonable for this most developed country in the world to do the same.
Well, when we have made it an absolute, come on down, it's like for the last 4 years, it's been like The Price is Right. Come on, Pedro Martinez. Come on down.
And just because the Statue of Liberty, which was nothing more than a gift from France, says, give us your poor and your needy, doesn't mean it's policy and that we have to do it. We can only do
Things
so much
have
good.
changed since the 1800s when we got old Statue of Liberty.
And back in the 1800s, you came over by boat. You spent 4 weeks on sea, and you got here. And if we didn't like you, we said, get the hell back on that boat.
When you were on
bye-bye.
when you were on what was that called?
Ellis Island.
Ellis Island.
Ellis
Yeah.
Island. It was.
There's two lines.
It was tough to convince that guy to let you in.
Yes, if you were sick, if you had problems, if you were crippled,
if you didn't have
lice,
if you didn't have an address of a relative that could house you, if you didn't have you had to have an uncle or an aunt or a cousin that had that had a legitimate address that was going to pick you up and house you. If you didn't have that, they sent you back.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, let me the phone lines are
and there's also one thing about the 14th Amendment, which I guess we can get back to, that people love to ignore one of the lines in the 14th Amendment, but they love to bring up another line in the Second Amendment. So we can talk about that when we get back.
Appreciate it. Thank
you. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I was thinking that they weren't going to be doing that one, but I was wrong.
What, on the 101?
Yeah, I thought we were done doing the road protests. But they were getting in front of ICE vehicles. Like, these motherfuckers did not care.
They're throwing bricks at them. Morning, Todd.
You know, Wander Franco got a gun charge.
He did?
Yeah, it was a semi-automatic Glock 19.
Where? There?
Yeah, in the Dominican.
You can't have guns there?
It was registered to his uncle. They're saying the gun was licensed, so there's nothing illegal about it, but they're trying to put this on his charge along with the sexual abuse of a minor.
He's done.
He's facing 30.
Jesus.
And he had the 11-year, $182 million contract.
Oh,
what a turnaround!
How much was 11-year, $182 million?
Yeah. Also, he could buy 14-year-old moms new cars and shit.
You should have done.
He escalates. Didn't she want another one and he said no?
Liz says prosecutors are saying that he kidnapped the girl for sexual purposes and then sent large amounts of money to the mother. I didn't know that.
Oh. I thought you kidnapped someone that's supposed to send you money.
That's funny.
That's just like a dowry.
Bubba is my God. Brian Junk 6. Tarred and feathered. Give us a follow. I mean, we should be able to hit 10,000 in one of these days.
Pretty close, right? What were they, 9.3?
9-1. 918.
Oh, yeah.
They got the Stanley Cup final on the big box. It's not even live. What the fuck?
Getting you ready for the game tonight.
No, that show's live.
So how long before Mike Thompson gets fired?
Yeah, this will be it.
This gets him fired.
Yeah, the end of the year.
That's that show that comes on at 7:30, I think.
Mike Tomlin. Yeah, he's done.
Mike
He's had a couple
Tomlin?
shitty, huh?
Mike Tomlin?
Yeah, he's had a couple shitty seasons, and this turd is going to really fucking.
This will be the demise.
Yeah, this will be it.
What if fucking Rodgers goes in there and fucking gets after it?
Okay, so yeah, that's like saying that I'm going to win the high jump contest.
All right, well, I'm just saying.
It's just not happening.
Okay. How much you want to bet that he fucking... How was the Steelers last year?
Shit.
They were like 10-7, like they always are, I think.
Yeah, they were right around that playoff, just getting into the playoffs.
So if Rodgers gets him into the playoffs, that's an advancement. That's better than the year before.
I mean, the thing with the Steelers is that that's been the where the team's gotten the last however many years.
Yeah, like the last 10 years, they just sneak in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's just a wild card, just like an average team.
So what if fucking Rodgers takes him to like the AFC playoff championship game and loses?
I mean, that'd be a big deal. I mean, if he played,
everybody gets another contract.
If he plays well and takes him to the distance, then he might come back. But I think that this is just a 1-year thing. So,
and Aaron Rodgers is Captain Choke. I mean, you really think he's going to do that well?
Yeah.
He sucks. The crazy soft has-been.
Says a 60-year-old that fucking...
Yeah, I'm not...
I'm just saying. 17 seconds.
Says a 60-year-old.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
813-90-BUBBA, 813-90-BUBBA. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. You want to help the show directly. I've had these two people on ring it up for a while. I have zero tolerance for that drunk dude that's trying to call in, and I have zero tolerance for, of course, the Charlies and all the other a-holes. So if I recognize you as an a-hole right away, just please, work with me and realize I'm going to be gone and done. I have zero, I don't have time for it. Hello, who's this?
This is Zach out of Eugene, Oregon.
Hi, Zach. You're on that list. What's going on?
No, I don't want to be on the list. I was just referring to the California situation where essentially what should occur, which is, it's kind of pathetic. I don't know the last time you've been to L.A., but there's a big difference between San Diego, Sacramento, San Francisco, and Palo Alto. Palo Alto, they are moved out to Austin and Eugene, and the country's shrinking. And you know what? Quite frankly, make them their own country. When they have the GDP that they have, technically, they're one of the biggest countries in the world. If you recognize that, if Mexico wants them that bad,
California has the fifth largest economy in the world, just the state of California.
And simultaneously, the news cycle is so quick nowadays. Like the attention span is so short. Simultaneously, the Mexican Navy, which almost sounds like a funny thing to say, they literally have a Navy, ran into the Brooklyn Bridge as a sign of disrespect. They weren't even able to maneuver their, whatever you want to call it, their ship through the Brooklyn Bridge.
That wasn't the Mexican Navy.
It was the Mexican Navy, but it was a goodwill ship. It had nothing to do with a military presence.
It wasn't a military.
It has nothing to do with this.
It wasn't a military.
I think.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, no. You're not right on that.
Okay.
Because here's the issue with the president, who works for the cartels, essentially. Obviously, this woman, who her bosses are the mafia and the Mexican cartel.
Well, the jokes in the jokes in the Mexican Navy, because it didn't hurt the bridge, and I think most of the people on board were their own.
Yeah, well, what I'm referring to is simultaneously they're initiating protests in the United States of America at the same time that they disrespect the Brooklyn Bridge.
That was an accident. They were there last year too. This is nonsense, Bubba.
Are you working an angle? Is this like your angle, or you really believe this stuff?
No, he believes this stuff. He does.
What do you? Whoa. I don't understand. Like, what would be the issue here? Like, what do you mean?
Just sounding so stupid to get on the show.
I'm gonna throw my wooden boat against your indestructible bridge as a protest.
No, I'm saying it happened simultaneously.
No, it didn't.
Protests going on.
No, it didn't. It happened. It happened 3 weeks ago. These protests that we're talking about now happened over the weekend. The boat hitting the boat. This guy calls every day, Lummy, with just stupid. You know what, guy? What's his name again? Josh. Zach from Eugene, Oregon. You're on the list. You're on the list.
You warned him.
What list is that, Bubba?
The Bubba ass kicking list. Much like the honky tonk.
Does he get through still, or
no? You cannot be on the air list. The minute I hear, like, if I say, hey, it's Bubba, and you go, and it would be Charlie, Lummy, what's going to happen? You're getting hung up on because you're what?
You're on the list.
You're on the list.
Bubba ass kicking.
You're not on the air list. Hello.
Hey, Bubba.
Yes.
Hey, long time, third time. I was just calling to say that I was at the Thunder Valley Nationals this weekend, and I was standing there at Tony's holler, and he come out, and I hollered Bubba Army, and he came straight to me and ignored everybody else, signed my shirt, my hat, and Tony's the man. And that's basically all I wanted to say. Love you guys.
I appreciate you, my friend.
You're not on the list.
Tony, you're not on the list. And Tony Stewart does recognize Bubba Army, by far, big time. Hello. So does Ron Capps, and so does Justin Ashley from Skag. All of them recognize Bubba Army. Hello.
Hey, Bubba.
Hey.
Hey, got a suggestion for you for a TV show to watch.
Okay.
Celtic City. It's a 9-part series on HBO about the history of the Celtics, and 3 of the episodes are dedicated to the Larry Bird era, although he does show up as well throughout most of the other episodes as well. So you might be interested to check that series out.
Big time Larry Bird fan, a good friend of mine, and love love the old school mentality he had. And I'll check it out. Thank you for the heads up.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Let me. Hopefully this will be the last call. We can move on. Hello.
Yeah.
I think this might be a person on the list because they're afraid to say, hey, Bubba, it's Charlie.
Yeah. Well, it's not Charlie. I know that.
Hello, who's this?
Perfect.
Appreciate it. Who's the guy from ABC that everybody hates now? Trey, I'm sorry.
It's Moran, I think is his last.
Yeah, Terry Moran. What did he do so bad that got everybody all flipped out? Let me see.
He tweeted and said that what is it, Donald Trump, and then who's it? Stephen Miller?
Steve Miller.
Steve Miller, yeah. That those are they're world-class haters.
Last night, in a since-deleted post, so-called journalist Terry Moran went on a rampage against Stephen Miller. What happened, Caroline?
Who's Stephen Miller? Is he part of Trump's cabinet?
He's a part of the administration.
He's a deputy White House chief of staff.
Okay.
Well, ABC is going to have to answer for what their, again, so-called journalist put out on Twitter in the wee hours of the night, calling Stephen Miller vile. They said that President Trump is a world-class hater. And this is, again, coming from someone who is supposed to be an unbiased and professional journalist.
Oh, nobody's unbiased and nobody's professional anymore, please.
This is unacceptable and unhinged rhetoric coming from someone who works at a major television network. We have reached out to ABC. They have said they will be taking action, so we will see what they do. But I think this speaks to the distrust that the American public have in the legacy media, and it's why in the White House press shop and in President Trump's White House, we have made so many significant and much-needed changes to press access and transparency at the White House. We've invited in new media. We have shaken up the White House press pool, and we also just won a major victory.
I think Tim Pool now is part of the White House press pool when he wants to.
Oh, really?
Over the Associated Press, who thought that they had a constitutional right to walk into the Oval Office or to fly on Air Force One, and a judge said no. In fact, those are privileged spaces that belong to the President of the United States, and this is a great rule.
Oh, wow. So President Trump is taking people's credentials away.
Oh, that was on like day one.
And you're not even like, because I got to think, man, if you're a White House correspondent, one of the cool things is getting to ride on Air Force One, right? That's got to be cool.
Right.
And they're getting taken away.
Ruling for democracy.
Tim Pool's on Air Force One.
We fought them in court and we won. And so we will continue to keep or hold journalists accountable. All we're asking for is truth and transparency. That's it.
Of course.
Well, Terry
and you said
Moran will be
ABC
flying.
is going to take action. What do you expect that action to be?
Here, I think this story here talks about the action potentially that ABC took.
ABC News is suspending its senior national correspondent.
Suspending.
Terry Moran. A company spokesperson confirmed in a statement that Moran has been suspended pending further evaluation. It comes after the journalist described top Trump aide Stephen Miller as a, quote, world-class hater in a since-deleted post on his personal social media account. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt joined Fox News Sunday.
If you notice, I don't really have any activity with regards to our Twitter. I'll put some kind of stories up here and there, but I don't interact or get into, like I used to, into full-blown. Oh, back in the day, man. If I had, back in the day, my same type of Twitter mentality that I have today, where I don't even look at the comments, I just put our stuff up and let it eat. I'd been so much more ahead of the game. Because remember, I got in full-blown, trying to find out who they were, where they worked.
Yes. Claiming that Moran's comments are fueling distrust in news media.
This is unacceptable and unhinged rhetoric coming from.
We've already seen all that. Dan, what's this called when a guy's knees double butt? You haven't seen this. Watch this. So this guy's getting ready to leave. I don't know if he's mad, or he's mad that his team's getting beat, or he's got to go pee, but he seems to be leaving somewhat hastily.
I agree.
Oh, God.
And now he's full-blown locked out. What? I don't know that if...
I thought his knees were going to bend the other way.
Oh, I thought he was crippled. that's
ACLs.
That's got you got to.
That's his ACLs. His knees just slid forward, and he lost the ability to extend his knee. Oh, that looks horrible.
Yeah, they just keep playing it. So is that blown out ACL?
Yeah.
I didn't, man. You
Did his knees come out?
What happened is his lower leg moved forward, and then his knee didn't bend correctly. So see, his legs, the bottom part of his leg went forward. It pulled out. The ACL prevents the bottom part of your leg from going too far forward when you bend your knee.
Just when you think, these rock stars never have any problems. One time Billy Joel was married to Christy Brinkley at one time.
Yes, and they have a kid together.
And they got a kid together.
Who actually turned out decent looking, I think, ultimately.
Alexa, good morning. Good morning, Alexa. Alexa, hello.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Okay. Hey, Alexa, how much is Billy Joel worth?
Gotta be close to $1
Billy
billion.
Joel is worth an estimated $250 million US.
No way.
He makes around $10,500,000 US per year.
He supposedly tried to kill himself twice.
Come on.
That's what they're saying.
Joel is opening up about his alcohol abuse and revealing he attempted suicide twice.
Bubba, I got tricked on this. It was when he was in his 20s. I thought that it would have been something I thought it was something that was recent.
Oh, really? Back like in the 70s?
But this is when he was really kicking ass, wasn't it?
This was with one of his bandmates, and I guess he was living in a house with his bandmate and that guy's wife. And I guess, Billy Joel ended up hooking up with this girl, and then
with his bandmates, like he was living with him, and he started blasting the girl.
Yeah, and then he got booted out, and then his sister gave him some sleeping pills, and he decided that he was just going to take them all at once.
So they did a female suicide gesture at 25.
You said a female suicide gesture?
Yeah, taking a bunch of pills is a female suicide gesture, right? It's like, I took 15 Tylenol. You need to pump my stomach now.
I just had to get a cold splash of water in my face because I was on a binge.
His HBO doc, And So It Goes, streams this summer, and Billy says he first tried to take his own life in his early 20s after having an affair with his former bandmate's wife, Elizabeth Weber. Quote, I was depressed, I think to the point of almost being psychotic.
Me too. I just don't kill myself.
So I figured, that's it. I don't want to live anymore. Billy took several sleeping pills and was in a coma for days. He then attempted suicide again by drinking a bottle of Lemon Pledge. Billy went on to...
Oh. What? Drank a bottle of Lemon Pledge? He's that crazy?
That's not going to kill you.
He's really
not going to drink that.
That's not going to kill you.
He's taking half measures here.
Yeah.
Marry Elizabeth in 1973, and the two remain friends. She attended his premiere earlier this week, supporting him as he
Bubba,
battles a rare
I tried to kill myself this weekend. I drank a bottle of vinegar.
I'll take you just the way you are.
I feel like I'm the mother of many of those songs because they were created in our home.
But that's the trick he blasted back?
Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah.
They're just out there.
I'd kill myself, too, if I was blasting that.
That's her, bub. It's...
Yeah, he wasn't really that popular or famous at that point.
He's not as good looking as that other guy, Mr. Shoulder Pads.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yes.
Michael Ramis, 25.
I was watching Ice Road Truckers, and you know what I saw?
You saw Rick, one of the stars from about 20 or 15 years ago, have a Bubba Army tattoo on his arm.
Yeah, I thought it was cool.
Yeah, it is kind of cool.
One other thing. Those pants you got for that NFL guy, make sure you get a certificate of authenticity. Otherwise, it's just going to be...
I already have one of those as well, sir. Thank you for...
You're the man. You're the man.
Thank you.
Hey, I love you guys.
Love you too. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. By what means, hopefully you watch us on Rumble or YouTube or something like that. Hello, who's this? I think it's a lot of people not wanting to identify who they are because they know they're on the list.
Yeah, they're on the Bubba ass-kicking list.
Today, the Department of Homeland Security published the additional information about some of the worst criminal legal aliens arrested during the Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE Los Angeles operation. Why do Governor Newsom and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass care more about violent murderers and sex offenders than they do protecting their own citizens? These rioters in Los Angeles are fighting to keep rapists, murderers, and violent criminals loose in the Los Angeles streets. Instead of rioting, they should be thanking ICE officers every single day who wake up and make our community safer. Before, just a few or the worst of the worst ICE arrested this week. ICE arrested this guy here. Was it Shang Shang Fan? A 49-year-old illegal immigrant from Vietnam. His criminal history includes conviction with second-degree murder, and he was sentenced to 15 years to life. He was free roaming the streets of Los Angeles. I, regardless of my political affiliation, want that guy off the streets. A guy that is, that has killed somebody and, is supposed to be... Now, did he do his 15 years? His criminal history includes a conviction for, probably need to get out of here. I think once you've committed a crime, then you may do your time, but you got to leave too. So these are the people that may have done their time, but then infuse themselves back in to our community because you're part of a sanctuary state that doesn't take that final step. And that is after you've done your 15, you now got to go back to Vietnam there, buddy. They just let you stay. ICE arrested Rolando, Veniciaron, and Enrique, a 55-year-old illegal immigrant from the Philippines. His criminal history includes burglary in Ontario, California, with a sentence of 4 years in prison, sexual penetration with a foreign object or forced assault with intent to commit rape in Sonoma, California, with a sentence of 37 years in prison. Yeah, I kind of want him out of here.
37 years? Yeah.
37 years.
Wow. Yeah, he should be out.
ICE, Los Angeles, Lionel Sanchez Laguna, age 55, illegal immigrant from Mexico. Sanchez Laguna's criminal history includes discharging a firearm in a dwelling or vehicle in Orange County with a sentence of a year, battery on a spouse or cohabitant in in Orange County with a sentence of 4 years probation, willful cruelty to a child, Orange County, California, with a sentence to 4 years of probation, driving under the influence, sentenced to 10 days in jail, assault with a semi-automatic firearm with a sentence of 3 years of prison, and personal use of a firearm in Orange County, California, with sentence to 3 years. This guy's just he can't stay out of trouble.
No, a lot of those crimes are very American crimes, I will say, but still, I think once you racked up about 6 to 8, you gots to go.
Yeah. ICE arrested Armando Ortiz, a 44-year legal alien. Now let's not forget, these are illegal aliens, meaning they're not registered properly to be here. And they've done time.
Would you say, though, that the majority of people that were out there protesting, whether they were getting paid or whether they were actually passionate about this, you don't think that those people actually are defending these types of people, do you?
I think they're defending their neighborhood, and they don't want ICE in their neighborhood going through any house at all.
Right. But I'm saying, like, when you find out these guys, I mean, I don't know.
I think I think.
Well, the lady was out there saying we want them all released.
Yeah, they are victimizing the criminals and vilifying the police.
ICE arrested Armando Ortiz, 44-year-old illegal immigrant from Mexico. His criminal history includes sexual battery, receiving known or stolen property, petty theft. He was sentenced to a year in jail and 4 years probation.
No, I don't care if he gets knocked out. But the guy that was, raping with penetration, the guy that was, attempted murder, 37 years, those guys should either be, kicked out.
Here's a Tampa guy.
Yeah.
ICE arrested Jose Garrego Miranda Ortiz, 42-year. I think I have.
Did my drywall.
Let me see here. Don't I have a song?
got a song?
I turned it off.
He's Ortiz song.
Criminal history includes conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute 5 kilos of coke. Yeah, it leaves in Tampa. 5 kilos of cocaine while on board a vessel in Tampa, Florida. He was sentenced to 365 months in prison.
Did we have any protests in Tampa when ICE came to town?
Yeah.
We did?
In
Okay.
downtown, yeah.
It's like 16 people.
Unlawful use of paraphernalia, possessing controlled substances, assault with a deadly weapon, obstructing a police officer. That's not that big a
Assault
deal.
with a deadly weapon? Now you're assault with a deadly weapon. You just said it's not a
But
big
not
deal.
a gun.
But you're
Hold on. Assault with a deadly weapon, not a firearm.
Could be a gun, a knife.
Or a bat.
Well, we'll just put in a halfway house, Bubba, and we'll kind of see if we can rehab them up and, get them back out into society.
Rehab them up. Yeah, I got so much footage I got just a
California.
ton of footage from California. Let me start that montage now.
Let's hope that no one is hurt and no one is injured and it doesn't escalate from here. Look at the flag. Yeah, Guy, I see
There it is.
You pointed
Mexican
it out.
flag can,
Oh, I thought that was a Palestinian flag.
No, it's a Mexican flag.
Does it look the same as a Palestinian flag?
I thought it was the Italian flag.
Wait a second.
So they've set a car on fire in the middle of an intersection, and they're driving their 125, Enduro with a Mexican flag. I don't know what this guy
This is criminal activity that I hope people are held accountable for. And I'm talking about the riots right here.
Now, what do you do if you're these guys here and you're just trying to get home?
I would probably make a right turn and get out of there pretty quick.
Yeah, you're probably right.
They jacked up all the roads, Bubba. I mean, some of the protesters, they were just like putting shopping carts and whatever they could find in the middle of the street to try to block ICE.
You know why you don't see this to this extent in Tampa Bay and this part of Florida?
Because you got like Chad Cronister and you got Grady Judd.
Which will back up the guy that runs over the protesters and trying to batter his car.
And you got Ron DeSantis.
Right, exactly. They don't deal with this nonsense.
And put an end to these migrant riots.
This would last in Tampa only a few hours,
right.
And that would because it takes a few hours for Cronister and Grady and DeSantis to round up their SWAT ICE unit. And then, unlike L.A., where they don't get any local support, man, the locals would be, they tell National ICE, man, we got this. You guys don't even have to get it. We got it.
Do you think ICE should stop doing weekend tour stops and that when people could be off work and maybe just start getting people Monday through Friday?
That might be a pretty good suggestion.
Order will be restored, the president writing. The illegals will be expelled and Los Angeles will be set free.
Look how disruptive this is. All these people are commuting, driving, living their lives, whatever, right?
Right.
Thank you for your attention to this matter. So obviously,
and you don't know when one of them's gonna baseball bat your window, or just because you happen to be at the wrong intersection during a protest.
Provocation here from the president in several facets. As we see, here we go. Those demonstrators are making their way down the ramp.
Now, and again, let's not forget, these people are demonstrating the fact that ICE is coming into their neighborhoods, arresting illegal immigrants, most of which have a criminal record. That's what these people are protesting. I haven't seen a protest this large in L.A. since the OJ verdict or the
Rodney King beating.
The Rodney King beating.
That only lasted 2 days, they said.
And onto the 101 freeway. This is, I think, a concern that we had seen a little earlier. The freeway had been shut down by law enforcement, and it is now being shut down by the other side. Demonstrators are on the surface of the southbound.
Man, I don't know if I don't gas my car up and take my chances.
You just got to sit there and take it.
Man, you think Gene Lasker would in his 450?
Nope.
Yeah, you're screwed if you're in that little Mini Cooper.
Now,
Oof,
look
you're
at
not gonna
this
do
guy
much.
right here. I want you to look at this guy right here. He looks like he's
in traffic.
He's Look, he's waving the flags.
Go ahead, Bruce.
What I was going to say is, look at the drain on the law enforcement resources. CHP has maybe 3 or 4 vehicles with personnel. Now they're going to have to call the troops in from all the outlining areas.
But they may not participate because their governor says we're not helping.
No, they were there. The National Guard.
No, the National Guard. But was CHP there? California Highway Patrol?
Yeah, because this is on their, they're blocking the intersections now.
Kern County, wherever they have other officers. And
I don't know. This is much like the the protest, Seth, went guys, everybody was trying to get to O'Hare Airport that one day, and they blocked with the main highway going to O'Hare.
Yeah,
and like these people are the people driving the cars. They didn't do anything wrong.
They shut it down. They shut it down both ways. I guess the 101, if it's called that, they shut it down both ways yesterday.
Is that a police car or is that ICE?
No, those are those those are those driverless calls.
Oh,
in California, they pick you up. They're like Ubers.
Yeah, but what did they do?
They're stopped.
They don't have anyone driving it.
Yeah, because nobody's driving it. So when somebody goes in front of it, it stops because it's what they call autonomous.
Yes.
And so it stops, and then everybody paints on it and beats it up.
Okay.
This is what's going to happen to all the robots in society.
They're going to take over?
No, they're going to get beat up like this.
This is probably the dumbest thing I've seen out of the protest so far.
And
beating up those poor driverless cars.
And again, let's not forget what these people are protesting.
They don't even know what they're protesting. Let's not forget that most of these people that are protesting don't even understand what they're protesting.
Yeah, but
that's the shame of it all.
But what the people that really are protesting are the fact that ICE is going into neighborhoods and taking out the bad guys, illegal immigrants that are not registered and or have committed crimes, and sending them back to their motherland. That's what they're protesting. And if it's your neighborhood, Dan, or it's your neighborhood, Seth, or Lummy, I see ICE. I know that I haven't done anything wrong. You guys know that you're okay. I have no problem with them going to the people to the houses where there's known people to have known situations that are illegal immigrants and have been in prison. I think I feel better. I feel safer to know that guy that assault with a deadly weapon is no longer living beside me.
Yeah.
It's so wild keeping track of both of these scenes.
This is erupting violence there in New York City. This is all outside of a federal building. That officer holding her eyes.
The masked people are mega losers.
Look at this guy with this Palestinian flag. He doesn't even know what that means.
But he had that left over from the last protest.
I know.
He
recycled.
Yeah.
One woman, hands behind her back, being detained by officers.
I mean, do they just have a backpack with do they just have a backpack with a couple Molotov cocktails, a mask, some female hormones?
So now they're actually protesting. This is the ICE bus where once they find the bad guy, they put him in one of these criminal buses, and round him up.
Yeah.
The protesters are now. I guess they have to leave the bus. I guarantee you they probably will learn from this story, and they'll leave an armed officer at the bus. They don't leave the bus unattended. I
think they're driving the bus.
Oh, they are?
Yeah. They're going to have to get some Mad Max buses.
Home Depot is where all of this started this morning. So
Let me started at Home Depot because those illegal immigrants go down to Home Depot to get that day work.
Yeah, listen, I was there Saturday. I only saw about 4 of them there. Usually about 100. Now there's about 4.
That's what Snooksletter said. They just went to Home Depot to scoop up those people because they know that they're not supposed to be
agents, the Border Patrol, or it's to make arrests. Oh, looks like the bus is moving, even though protesters are trying to stop it from moving. So we don't know if this is.
Man, I dropped the clutch, rev it up a little bit,
gas it up,
and then let it eat.
Reinforcements, if this is to help with arrests or to get those agents out of there. But this situation continues to just unravel here in Paramount right now. We're bringing you live pictures. This is Josh Haskell with ABC 7 Eyewitness News of protesters literally trying to stop this bus with their own hands. And the bus is slowly creeping up. And it does not appear that this bus is full of, I don't know who is on this bus. I don't know if anyone is on this bus, but they are kind of trying to creep forward. And I don't see how.
And again, we're just replaying. This is what transpired over the entire weekend, this weekend in California. This is what happened this weekend in California.
How this situation resolves without the sheriff's department.
And the Pacers got beat last night.
Getting involved or local law enforcement. It really does feel as though if these are reinforcements.
I mean, if you really got some balls, just lay right there, lay down. Just lay down. Right?
Well, I guess so.
They're going to have a difficult time getting.
So that's, I guess, I don't know if they finally stopped.
I sent you a video too. I guess they've been around LA. They've been delivering pallets of bricks that they're finding. Where are they getting the refrigerators from?
The Best Buy across the street that they looted. That they looted. I'm telling you, Dan, if I live in that area, I'm moving. And again, ask any of these young kids, what are you guys protesting? What's the deal here? What are we hating? What's going on?
Oh, but it's really a shame. You know, the gems of America were New York, Chicago, LA, Miami, San Francisco, and these towns have
Philly.
all turned into
Chicago.
just S-holes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just
because
it's
they're
really,
all controlled by liberal mayor and governors.
There's absolutely nothing to be proud of in these cities anymore. It's really a shame.
Send Grady
it's
Judd.
Really a shame.
I bet you Grady Judd could fix Chicago in less than a year. He could. Give Grady Judd the resources, the police.
Do you want Grady Judd showing up in L.A.?
Yeah.
Get up the room! Camera, where's his camera? Hey, everybody get up.
You see that there's organization there. And there's stupidity too. It's all mixed together.
CNN was saying they're seeing a lot of the BLM folks show up again.
I wish all the people that threw Molotov cocktails would light themselves on fire like that other guy did, the Egyptian.
I mean, they're just like.
Yeah, they're tough till they hear a boom and then they run like little bitches. Look at them. It's fireworks.
It's our new generation. They're just a bunch of little soft pussies that want to protest because they have nothing else to do.
Well, you know, poverty leads to protest, and so when there's economic, and Bubba, this is something that's actually real. The reason I think that I think a lot of America is volatile right now is because there is a lot of economic pressure on Americans because of inflation and all of the economic woes we've had to deal with for the last 3 or 4 years.
Price of eggs.
I mean, that trickles down, though, Bubba. I mean, if your mom makes eggs on Saturday morning and you got 4 kids, she's not doing it anymore.
No, she's not. So it's just story after story after story. This is Trump federalizes the National Guard. Hold on. So... Again, this is just
clashes around Los Angeles intensify. President Trump stepping in, ordering 2,000 National Guardsmen to Southern California, with angry crowds protesting his administration's aggressive deportation efforts. Those National Guard troops arriving in Los Angeles County this morning.
We are so stupid that we want to allow illegal immigrants that have committed, violent crimes to stay in our country. We want them to stay. We're going to protest to this extent where we got to call in the National Guard because we want these people to be able to stay in our neighborhood. We don't want to clean up our neighborhoods. We want to keep our neighborhoods chocked full of illegal immigrants and aliens that have been at one time or not put in prison. That doesn't even make sense. It's not even the American way. It's not even the way things are supposed to go. Supposed to take pride in your neighborhood, and everybody tries to have a nice lawn and takes care of each other. Takes a village, so to speak.
It follows 3 consecutive days of demonstrations after coordinated ICE operations across the city, sparking outrage and devolving into disarray. Dramatic images capturing the escalating chaos. Protests centered around the city of Paramount. Agents swarming this Home Depot there. Some protesters setting fires, breaking glass, and vandalizing buildings. Police in riot gear attempting to disperse crowds, pelting them with tear gas, flashbangs, and rubber bullets. Governor Gavin Newsom slamming Trump's decision to deploy the National Guard, which Newsom did not request, warning the move is purposefully inflammatory and will only escalate tensions. The White House defending the president's action, saying it will address the lawlessness that has been allowed to fester.
We're going to continue doing our job. We're going to push back on these people.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth even threatening to send in active duty military, posting online, if violence continues, active duty Marines at Camp Pendleton will also be mobilized. They are on high alert. In a phone call with our Los Angeles station KABC,
this is the mayor of Los Angeles,
who still is not letting my cousin rebuild because they're still not giving out building permits to all those houses that burned down. They are doing this on purpose, Bubba. Because they're assholes.
No, I know, but why? What would be the premise? Try to take politics out of it. What would be the premise of not allowing people that lost their homes to a natural disaster permits to rebuild their home? Help me understand.
I don't understand all of it either, Bubba. It doesn't make any sense. They're restricting all of it. It's like they don't want them back in there. It's like they're trying to take over the land themselves.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, you would want to rebuild as fast as you could.
It's your tax base.
For your tax base.
It's your tax base.
Because you're getting zero property taxes you're getting minimal. You're getting a minimal amount, just the value of the dirt. But
you're still paying full property tax. Your house burns down, you're still paying property tax on it. No. If my house burns down, my property tax doesn't change.
Oh, it's right. It's the value of your property, not the house.
Right. It's the whole thing.
It's the land.
It's all of it.
Well, then if your house burns down, your house is worth $6 million right now, standing erect. Mm-hmm. If it burns down to zero and it's just ashes, it's worth the dirt that it's on, which is $1.5 million. Am I right?
Arguably, but then you gotta fight it and the whole 9 yards. But they're still getting their taxes. They're still billing you on that property tax.
Yeah, they're losing $5 million.
They're still. I guarantee that they have not lowered the property taxes.
They're losing $4.5 million on the millage rate. But I'm just saying, and your property taxes are $8,400 instead of $29,500.
Mm-hmm. But they're gonna try to pull like eminent domain or something like that too. They're gonna just take over that land. They want it.
Bass refuting the notion that the city needs the National Guard's assistance.
I do not believe that is called for because I am confident.
Every bit of footage I've seen, they need whatever they can get.
And just to clarify, the National Guard was just there to protect the federal building. They were not, and LAPD and the National Guard were coordinating together. So the lying by Newsom and this lady is just unbelievable.
So they were not there to help ICE extradite these people out.
Just to protect the Fed building.
They were just there to protect the federal building, so that thing didn't burn down like Portland's police department did.
Yeah.
And LAPD and other law enforcement agencies like the sheriffs can handle things in Los Angeles.
Typically, the federal government sends in the National Guard only at the governor's request. But Trump is bypassing Newsom, marking the first time a president has bypassed a state governor since the civil rights movement. Trump citing a specific provision of the U.S. Code on Armed Services that allows for the federal government to deploy the National Guard if there is a rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States.
Well, I mean, it looks exactly like what's going on.
Well, if you're threatening a federal building, then yes.
If you're threatening a federal building or a federal agency to extradite bad guys out of your neighborhood.
And federal roads.
And overnight, President Trump thanked the National Guard for a job well done, but we've actually seen them just arrive here this morning, getting set up with riot gear, all of these armored vehicles. So far, a lot of the response.
And those National Guard guys, man, they're itching too. Those poor guys, I mean, they got to go out once every 6 weeks and just train in a field. They don't ever get any real action. They got all kinds of action now.
They're going to now.
Yeah.
And local law enforcement with some federal officers, but they are clearly gearing up for what could be another intense day of clashes. Martha?
Again, it's just nonstop.
Of the National Guard are in Los Angeles trying to maintain order. President Trump sent 2,000 members there after 2 straight days of violent protest over ICE raids. In some instances, protesters damaged property and even vehicles, including a police patrol car and a city bus. Police say several people were detained last night. ABC's Alex Stone has more.
Protests escalating into clashes with law enforcement following immigration raids that have sparked outrage across the country.
You cannot just come into the community and terrorize citizens the way you did.
I don't think you're terrorizing them.
The protesters are terrorizing the citizens.
No, I think she was talking about ICE coming into your neighborhood and terrorizing the bad guys.
This ICE activity in the city of Paramount erupting in chaos on Saturday. Aerial footage showing protesters blocking a bus carrying agents. To disperse the crowd, Border Patrol agents in riot gear and gas masks deploying tear gas. The FBI is asking for help identifying someone seen throwing rocks at vehicles leaving the protest area.
So every truck, ICE truck, that comes by, this guy's got a stack full of bricks, and he bricks.
California's governor in a post on it.
Why doesn't one of them lock it up and throw him down to the ground?
You know, that happened to me. Something similar happened to me the other day. I was driving down Bayshore near my house, and this lady, like, literally hosed my car as I drove by.
Oh, but that's not good.
Your Cybertruck?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And what happened?
So, and I'm like, and I hit the brakes. And my kid's like, no, don't stop. I'm like, okay. So I dropped them off, and then came back. I'm like, did you really purposefully hose my car? She goes, oh, you were speeding. I'm like, oh, so you got radar built in your ass?
Oh, my gosh.
We got into a big argument. I almost called the police on her.
Back saying the federal government is moving now.
It's illegal.
Well, Dan, that would have been great for the Twitter.
How to take over the National Guard and to send in 2,000 troops. Gavin Newsom calling the move an escalation. President Trump responded on social media, calling on Newsom and LA city leaders to quell the violence. The Department of Homeland Security is calling for an end to what it calls a violence against ICE agents who they claim are facing a 413% increase in assaults when carrying out arrests. U.S. Border Patrol Chief Michael Banks said Saturday afternoon several arrests have been made for alleged assaults on federal agents. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
At home, an anti-ICE rally spiraled into protesters versus the NYPD. This was outside Federal Plaza.
All right, so this is New York now. Now we're in New York.
There we are.
Now we're in New York. We were in L.A., now we're in New York.
Manhattan yesterday, all in response to rough arrests on Friday, including a Dominican migrant named Joaquin Rosario Espinal, who was arrested after his immigration proceedings were dismissed. Police sources tell us at the protest, more than 20 people were taken into custody, led away in zip-tie handcuffs.
Their due process rights are being trampled on in this building here, and they're being held here. So we're here to oppose this.
This whole criminalization thing, this whole turning people into terrorists, I think leads us down a really dark path that I'm not here to see. I'm an American.
The Department of Homeland Security reports that Dominican migrant Rosario Espinal was in the United States illegally. That's what they said, and they claim he resisted arrest and punched an officer.
I mean, I guess it's all predicated on the fact that we're aggressively going after people that are not supposed to be here, whether you've committed a crime or you've just have not filled out the proper paperwork, or you got into our very porous border during the Biden administration, jumped the fence, and now we're catching up with you. I mean, just to me, that's what we're going after, right? I mean, those are the people we're trying to deport. Those are the people we're trying to catch. Yes. Not people that have done it correctly, like Maria Guatemala or anything like people like that.
I mean, they might throw her in the back of an ICE truck for a few hours until they can, get
till
confirmation.
Till No Name Willie can come down there and actually speak a little bit.
Yeah, just can't hand them the papers. But I mean, she would get out.
Yeah, just on those jugs alone, they're like those aren't Guatemalan jugs; those are U.S. jugs.
Yeah, they'd have to inspect.
Yeah. When I come back, we'll do the Riley Gaines. You know what? I was the biggest and have been the biggest Simone Biles fan for her talent and just by her beautiful smile and her grit and just how good she is. And she was at one time dating a guy that plays for the Packers that now plays for the Bears.
They're married.
And, okay, they're married. And he went from the Packers to the Bears. He's a safety, isn't he?
Yeah.
So she's always, she's been, probably arguably one of the greatest gymnasts of all time in our country. And now she's turned into a real woke-ass bitch, isn't she?
Well,
I don't think so.
I mean, she's entitled to her opinion. I lost a little bit of my favor for her when she floundered 4 years ago at the Olympics.
And then Riley Gaines, she's been a big advocate. She's a former Olympian, is she not?
No, she's just a college athlete.
She's a former college athlete that really, really has been very proactive on all this transgender stuff.
Well, her championships were robbed by transgender men.
Right.
Or female women.
Right.
In the swimming, yeah.
In the swimming.
The Leah Thomas deal, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think she finished 5th in that race. So if Leah Thomas was in it, she would have been 4th.
Yeah. So we got that situation to talk about. We'll do it next.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Wednesday. DJ Brown 941.
Amazing how when school lets out how much traffic lights. It's like that's like the little bit that just throws it over the edge. Oh, no problem. So better. I was able to do a little bit in the don't overdo it. Yeah. You jerk off the other hand, right? So.
Unrest is funny enough, but if you want to say we could solve all the transgender
What's
stuff.
that?
We could solve all this transgender stuff by having men's and women's just have a penis and a vagina on the wall, and that way.
Yeah.
You know which one to go into?
One from Dr. Just one. A goal logistics memo buried 12 replies deep in a chain that someone accidentally forwarded. That email should have gone nowhere. But honey, it cracked the entire case wide open. By the time the court saw it, the damage was already done. Okay.
Supposed to send right now. Are you at the house? Yeah, your beard needs some color.
Big one? Was it a big one?
You got color?
No, if you do it.
No crazy friends?
You didn't color it?
No.
When's the last time you colored it?
There's no point. I'm going to do it like every week.
Just use that he's just for minutes. We just wash it once a week.
Oh, of course.
I love it. Morning, Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
So why you do that dark black shit? Whoa, who sat here?
Yeah.
Jesus, guys. Who sat here?
That might have been Craig the barber. He might have been the left.
Oh, he's like 6'4".
He's short. No, he's short.
Oh, okay.
Rio's taller. Yeah.
Is it just so his feet wouldn't like dangle?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask him about it. Now I'm concerned.
Did you see that interview with Cash Patel when they were on the stools and he looked like a child?
Yes.
He and Brett Baer is like, did
His
anyone,
feet were dangling.
Yeah, did anyone take a look at that one ahead of time and say, that's great?
Is he short or is it a tall?
Short guy. He's a little short, but even Brett Baer looked odd because it was the same color stools as the floor and their feet were, he looked like, this is the weird, he looked like he was on Willy Wonka, dude.
It's like an emasculating thing to have a grown man dangle his legs on a...
He looked like Willy Wonka to me. He looked like it was like, he almost looked like he was a little person. Who's Zion Williams?
He plays for the Pelicans.
How old is he, or is that what you asked?
I think he was.
Oh, okay.
No, he plays for the Pelicans. He's an NBA guy.
I think he's getting sued for rape, maybe.
Isn't that happening to another musician right now? My wife was telling me. Yeah, the guy from...
Jared Leto.
Yeah, exactly.
Josh Patel's about like 5'6", 5'5".
I think he's that little. I think he's on a good day.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Snook Slayer, I don't know where he came up with this number, $85 on PayPal, Lummy.
No, thank you. Maybe that's all he had in his PayPal.
Maybe that's all he had. 85 from the Snook Slayer. Thank you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. JD Acco, the Spittin' Cobra, joins. Hi, what's up, Jay? How are you, my friend?
Dirt Merchant, $10.
Thank you, Dirt Merchant. Hello, you're on the air.
Hey, good morning. I know it's a little bit off topic now after the break, but I got 2 words for those people in L.A. Water cannons.
Oh, they need that. They need that. That would be awesome. Absolutely.
The water cannons would stop that nonsense in about 7 seconds, and it would be great to watch.
By what means do you catch the show, my friend?
Oh, YouTube, and then sometimes I get on Rumble, but mainly YouTube.
At the Bubba Army on both. Thank you, my friend, for calling in. Appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We should fill it with that like real sulfurous well water too.
Yeah,
They can smell for a couple days.
It's got a little rotten egg smell to it. Yeah,
smell. Spray them down with dirty water.
I think they should get big trucks full of their
sewer.
No, full of their reclaimed water that they the
non-potable.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
It's clean.
It's clean just enough to be able to water your lawn.
Right.
That's all. And they say don't drink it because you'll get the runs. Hello, who's this?
Bubba, it's King Rob 5-0. How are you, brother?
Good. How are you?
Outstanding. Hey, remember, I'm from St. Louis, policeman up here. I was a tactical instructor during Ferguson. You know, we're the originators of the modern-day civil disobedience.
That's kind of where it all started. You're right. Ferguson, Missouri, right outside of St. Louis, is kind of where this whole racial unrest kind of started. You're right.
So back whenever that was first going on, National Guard was here supporting us. And they weren't out there in the trenches with us while we're back out on the street doing our work. They were at our stations. They were at our central command. And they all had M4s, but none of them had magazines for their M4s. They're walking around with these ARs, is what the common people call them, walking around with these ARs with no magazines and no rounds for them.
That's dangerous.
What was, like, how could they engage or protect if a guy had a gun, a real gun? And I know that the Ferguson stuff, there was all types of weaponry, from guns to bats to bombs to, bricks to base, everything.
Well, since they weren't out in the trenches, they were just here for optics. They wanted it to look like our stations and our big central command, where our civil disobedience teams were all assembled when we weren't out there. it had to appear that those were fortified.
I will tell you, man, they got some cool looking. They got some cool gear. They do. So the average dude that didn't know any better saw, a bunch of those trucks parked around your squad, your headquarters with these guys with outfitted with everything. They just didn't know that there was no magazines in their guns. The average person was probably like, I ain't messing with that. I mean,
I'd go the other way.
He's pointing out really the big hypocrisy with what's going on. Back then, it was the Obama administration, and everyone was cool with sending in the National Guard, but they were just there for show. They had unloaded guns. They didn't have magazines. They weren't there to do anything other than pretend like they were there. Then you had with the George Floyd riots. During that time, we weren't allowed to call in the National Guard because Trump was president. God forbid you call in the National Guard. Tampon Tim didn't allow it. Mayor Bowser didn't allow it before January 6th, times when he called for it. This time, he's calling for it again, but have you noticed what you don't see yet? They have not been on the streets yet. They're just getting there. So all the times that they talked last night about this is in response to the National Guard being called in, well, they're just getting there. This is not in response to that. And the Democrats didn't have a problem with the National Guard taking over control of D.C. for 6 months following January 6th. They put barricades up. They took control of the city. They militarized it, and it was gross. And so isn't there a time when the National Guard can actually provide support to local communities that are getting insufficient, inadequate, useless help because their government won't let them do anything? These cops would love to clean the streets up. I don't blame these cops.
How bad has Ferguson since cleaned up pretty well? I mean, is it still bad, or is it, I haven't been up there in the longest time.
There's next to zero happening there. It's crickets.
Yeah, did they rebuild everything?
No, I think everybody pulled out, right, bud?
A lot of businesses pulled out, but if you were to drive through today, you wouldn't realize that anything ever happened.
How about St. Louis as a city? I was always told it was kind of rough.
Well, for the time I was working for the department, October 30th of 23 was 23 was my last day on the books. I'm injured out and retired now, but from the time I came on in September of '98, we went back and forth with Camden, New Jersey, and Detroit for number one every year, and more often than not, we were number one. So while I was working here, that was kind of bragging rights. I have at least the most dangerous city in the country. Now that I'm done, and actually the handful of years that I was a tactical instructor teaching the new kids how to go home safe, my whole opinion changed. And there was not a whole lot of pride that went along with it. I was just done with it. It's a shithole, and it's not going to change. It's getting worse. We have liberal prosecutors, liberal mayor, just one after another. It's a revolving door, just freaking libs, and it's not getting any better. The great neighborhoods are turning to shit because the command staffs, due to politics from even higher, won't back up the policemen on the street. So policemen on the street they're not going to go out there and stick their nose out.
No,
and,
not when the prosecutors just let these people back. So the cops are like, screw this, we got this figured out. I mean, we're not going to bust our ass, potentially get shot at or killed when the prosecutor's just going to let them back on the streets anyway. So the boys just get together and just kind of hang out and watch each other's back and make sure they go home at night.
That's exactly what happens. And early in my career, there were only a few policemen who behaved that way, and we called it the police welfare system. We said they come to work to collect a paycheck. And now the ones who are actually out there doing real police work are the ones who are the exception to the rule. Most everybody is just there on the police welfare system. They go there to, like you said, collect a paycheck, make sure they and their partners go home safe.
Yeah.
And
quite frankly, I don't blame them, to be honest with you.
I can't blame them either.
So, anybody, hey, I appreciate you listening to the show, my man, and continuing to.
I've been there since the Screw the Q days, brother, back home.
Appreciate you, bud. Take care. Bye. Thanks. 813-90 Bubba. Jay's in here for a while. Yes, go ahead.
Bubba, did you catch earlier when you were talking about the Jared Leto issue and you told Dr. Dan, hey, I need you to be my legal guidance here and stop worrying about what this guy wears. And then on two separate other occasions, he didn't say another thing about the legal issues. he said, I don't think this guy likes buttons. And then he put it out there for all of us to compare Jared Leto to Russell Brand and which one we would all take in a room, who we would pick. Like, I know he's a man's man, but like,
I know it befuddled me.
Is this Steven who's calling Dan out on not giving legal opinions at the right time? But thank you for that, Steven.
It befuddled me, my friend. I asked him, hey, let's stick down the legal lane.
Nope.
And Dan just can't. He can't. Sometimes he can't help himself.
Thank you for
He's
calling.
such a dick, and he just loves to cut on people. And that's just Dan. That's on brand.
So Bubba brought up the shoulder pads.
No, I did not.
He brought up a legal question.
No, I did not.
I think Seth brought up
No,
the
I did
shoulder
not bring up
pads.
the shoulder pads. Do not try to put it on me.
Okay, Seth brought it up.
I told you to stop talking about the shoulder pads and let's do something that you actually know something about, or I thought you did. That's the legal aspect, and stop, comparing. You know what, Dan? I think you're somewhat intimidated by good-looking men.
I was complimenting him. I wasn't intimidated by him. I was
Thank you, sir, for
complimenting him. I said he was good-looking.
You weren't.
I also said it's ridiculous that someone's bringing up a charge from 15 years ago.
You didn't compliment him until I told you to stop with the cuts.
I started off with he's a good-looking guy. That's the first thing I said is he's good-looking. The very first thing I said.
And then you went with the
he's got silly outfits on.
Non-stop cuts. I think sometimes, Dan, you feel a little intimidated, or you feel as if you got to be comparative to these good-looking dudes or these stars or these celebrities, and you got to cut them down to zero.
What business are we in?
Don't use my own stuff against me.
Oh, Jesus. Dan, when he asks you a legal question, you give him a legal answer.
Question. We were talking about it in general.
Well,
and then Jay, when you get him,
Serious
when you get him, Jay, he just won't back it. He doubles down.
I know.
Instead of other than saying, "Yeah, man, you got me,"
like
whatever.
a backed up hyena.
He doubles down. Hyenas are dicks. I was watching.
You need them.
No, they're dicks. Period. I watched this one thing on YouTube this weekend, and this hyena tried to screw with this big lion, and this big lion was getting kind of like these hyenas. They don't ever fight 1-on-1. They fight like 15-on-1.
Yep.
And they'll start nipping at you. Then 5 are on your back. Well, this one lion, there was like eight hyenas on him, and he finally got a hold of like the head hyena and broke its neck in half and killed it. Well, the rest of the hyenas kind of left. And
that turned them off.
Yeah, but they found this lion's pride and where his baby lions and his mama lions were, and so but before he's taken the hyena he just killed back to the pride for them to eat, right? By the time he gets there, the hyenas are already there, screwing with his family. Now, this is the most gangster thing I've ever seen. I guess there's you can be a pimp and be a gangster if you're an animal. So these hyenas got one of his baby cubs, and they're biting it, and you can see that they're biting it where the fur's coming off now, and they're starting to get a little bit blood. And so he's the big daddy lion, which is different than the mama lions, because the daddy lion has the big mane, right? That's the male lion, and then the other lions, those are lionists, right? And those are the moms that he breeds, right? And then the whole entire deal is called a pride, is it not?
I believe you're right, Bubba.
Yeah. So these hyenas start messing with one of his cubs. Well, he finds one of their baby hyenas, and he takes it in his mouth, and he breaks its neck where it's paralyzed, and it can only walk with its front legs. It's literally like ass scooting.
Like a paraplegic?
Yes. He doesn't kill it. He just paralyzes it, and it makes every hyena leave immediately, including the paralyzed hyena that could only just drag his ass. But all it took for him to get the entire hyena clan, and there were probably 20 of them, off of his pride was to. And I just found it amazing. Like, he didn't kill their baby; he paralyzed it. So I mean that's pretty pimping. Then I don't know. I thought it had me enamored for however long. I'm enamored with you. Oh, I'm sorry, Seth. What's that?
I'm with you.
That's interesting. But again, maybe it was noble not to kill the baby,
or maybe that shows him a lesson.
Right.
We're not going to go over here because our baby got paralyzed,
and he's going to go die a slow death in front of all of his brothers.
Exactly.
And sisters.
He'll die a slow death rather than a fast. He killed the one real fast. But the baby one, he paralyzed and made it, scoot its ass back to the deal.
That's hardcore.
That's hardcore, man.
Yeah.
When you roll up there and you don't kill the kid, you just paralyze it. So I think this is the story about the Riley Gaines.
But I would love to see prosecution because I believe what is happening is criminal. It's as simple as that. The way that women have been displaced by men, the way that we have been told that a man's feelings matters more than our physical safety, than our right to participate, to call ourselves champions. I believe that is a criminal action. Therefore, I believe it is a criminal offense. So I'm in full agreement with Caroline Leavitt, with the Trump administration, and hopefully it's something that we can continue to see. Again, not just threats, but do you
notice how some of the stuff that's causing the most, people going crazy is just no-brainer, doing the right thing? Like, it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican, it's a no-brainer to want to get illegal aliens that have convicted a crime out of our country. That's like
if you had these
the 80-20 issues.
Yeah, if you had test questions like this and you gave them to kids from 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And you're like, should genetic males that identify as female be allowed to participate in women's sports? 99.9% of the respondents would have said no 30 years ago.
Should Jim be able to play softball with Janet on the girls' softball team because Jim feels he can't do as good on the male team and he can go over there and dominate on the female team? And again, getting illegal immigrants that are not registered and legally in our country that have committed a crime, that seems like a no-brainer to me. It seems like a no-brainer. That guy, girl, that person needs to leave.
Which, Bubba, I think, and I'm not trying to be political here, and I know Seth hates when I say anything that's semi-political, but it's
why are you picking on Seth?
I'm not trying to pick on Seth. I'm just not trying to make it a political
Seth's
show.
MAGA. He's full MAGA.
But
dark MAGA.
I think one of the reasons that the election was so lopsided was the Democrats have really put so much real estate into some of these issues, which I think are really important to about 2% of the voting country, and I don't think that trying to ensure a transgender's ability to compete in whatever gender sport that person identifies with is as important as, economic and strategic security. So I don't think that allowing, violent career criminals from other countries in here is something that most people can embrace. I just don't see it.
I think
most
the
people
Democrats
want
got their
prosperity and
ass
peace.
kicked so bad because the Democratic Party has left the average Democrat.
Yes, most people don't really want to die on that hill.
Morgan said it best. My party left me. I'm an independent now. And my party's turned into a bunch of weirdos.
Well, Trump had the one ad that they said was so effective, and it was where they showed Kamala Harris talking about trans rights, and the end line was, "She's for they, them. Trump is for you." And it was such an effective line because if you really believe in women and women's rights and you're pro-woman, then like Dan said, ask a 9-year-old whether they think this is fair. You're going to get an unfiltered, honest opinion from a 9-year-old, and they're going to say, of course not. And so these are such simple
that way,
issues.
That's ultimately how you prevent this.
I think they updated it, Bubba. I sent you a news story from a different, because I think that's a different topic.
Is that an older deal?
I think they just updated to something else.
Isn't it interesting how much better of a speaker Leavitt is than Gaines? Leavitt is an amazing speaker. Whether or not you like what she says. No. The president.
It's only Leavitt I know.
Yeah.
He just got elected in the USF Hall of Fame.
He did?
Yeah. Surprisingly.
Simone Biles is... But they really did him dirty.
Yeah, they did.
They did him dirty.
Speaking of...
Yeah, Barry Cohen did him dirty.
Oh, that's who got him?
Well, the guy, the kid, the walk-on,
Joel Miller.
The walk-on that he grabbed the walk-on shoulder pads and was trying to get the team all fired up. And he was like, "Come on, Miller," or something like that. And then the Miller kid retained Barry Cohen. I'm sorry. Was it Barry Cohen? Was it the famous lawyer in Tampa?
Yes.
Who's dead now. I think it was
Barry Cohen.
That's definitely the guy
that Foster worked for, and they got the Eisenbergs off.
Barry
So
Cohen.
this walk on, it was during a halftime deal. Levitz supposedly shook the kid or riled the kid up or smacked him on the helmet or did something.
Said he punched him in the face,
but he didn't. And there was like 15 kids around the area that said it didn't happen. And Barry Cohen, used his Barry Cohen strong arm, Barry Cohen type ways to scare the hell out of USF that this would be a multi-million-dollar lawsuit unless they get rid of Jim Levitz, and they got rid of him. Based on him, same thing with Bobby Knight at IU.
Simone Biles is speaking out against former U.S. swimmer Riley Gaines for her recent anti-trans sports comments. On June 6th, Riley reshared a post on X by the Minnesota State High School League.
I think Riley Gaines is pretty hot.
The Champlain Park girls softball team, which includes a trans athlete, was celebrating a state championship, but the post's comment restrictions appeared to upset the former NCAA swimmer. Comments off, LOL, Gaines wrote.
How about you? I mean, you look so nice, natural. How about that clown makeup? Jesus.
To be expected when your star player is a boy.
Her eyes are a little close
Simone
together.
responded to
Simone.
And hers are a little far apart.
They are.
Riley's comment, calling out the Nashville native's anti-transgender rhetoric. You're truly sick. All of this campaigning because you lost a race. Straight up sore loser.
Now hold on. Hold on, Simone. Hold on. She didn't lose a race, and she's not a straight up loser. She wasn't going to win the race anyway. She was going to get third, maybe fourth, third. I don't know.
She was going to get fourth.
She's going to get fourth. Right. She got fifth. But just, she's just making a lot of sense and news of the obvious that, if a girls softball team in Minnesota whose star player is a male, I mean, she's got a problem with it. It's not because she's a straight up loser. She did have, she did compete in an event where a boy won the event, and, the other girls that participated in that event didn't have a fair shake.
She was forced to be in the same locker room as Leah Thomas or William Thomas. And she's the first one that came out when everyone was so afraid to talk about what was happening there. She was one of the forerunners of the people that had enough sack, as much sack as, say, Leah Thomas has, to come out and talk about it.
You should be uplifting the trans community and perhaps finding a way to make sports inclusive. You know what, then, Simone? Let's take away all your golds and let's have you compete against the boys, the next gymnastic meet, and you won't even
kick their ass.
No.
But she tapped out in the middle of the Olympics because her mentals weren't good. What do you think she would do if she had to compete against a man? Do you know how
wrote in an ex-post.
unequal
You should be
men
uplifting the
gymnastics are
trans
to women's
community and
gymnastics?
perhaps finding a way to make
no-
sports inclusive
It's
or
not even
creating a
common.
new avenue where trans feel safe in sports.
Maybe a transgender category in all sports. Yeah, that's gonna be efficient.
Look at men's floor versus women's floor. Women's do doubles, men's do triple. Men would win every single competition if they competed together.
The most decorated gymnast of all time went on to say, quote, "One thing for sure is no one in sports is safe with you around."
Make her do the pommel horse.
Make her do the rings.
Make her do the rings. There's events in men's gymnastic that women just can't do because they're not strong enough.
Jade summarized it well. Just have her do a floor competition against the guy.
I mean, do the competition they both do.
Where they both do it. And
I think that's really the only competition that's the same. Unless
it's identical.
No, I think the guys have the uneven bars too, don't they?
No, they don't have
uneven.
uneven
They
bars.
have the parallel bars.
They have a single bar, and the women have the parallel bars, the uneven bars.
Conservative pundit and the Olympic
but they both
champion
do floors.
continued to
But you know what? Put one of those guys that's on the single bar and give him 2. That bitch you really be doing some tricks.
And don't they both do the jumping horse where they run up to the horse and like do flips off of it?
The pommel horse?
No, that's not the pommel horse.
The vault?
The
vault.
The
Yeah,
vault.
the vault.
They both do that too. And the guys are doing like quadruples and the girls are doing 2.5.
spar on social media, with Simone
gets
suggesting
smoked.
Riley should, quote, bully someone their own size, adding, quote, which would ironically be a male.
Oh, she said
Why is she dying on this hill?
Man.
She is so well liked, and I've really loved her up until this point.
Yeah.
She is so well liked. She's got the beautiful smile. She's got a great story, and like.
Riley responded, in part calling Simone a male apologist at the expense of young girls' dreams.
Maybe she could compete in pommel horse
As of
and
June
rings
8th,
in
Riley has
2028, she
continued to
said.
post about the situation on X, but it does not appear that Simone has posted any further. The former U.S. swimmer was reportedly among more than a dozen college athletes who sued the NCAA in March 2024 for allowing Leah Thomas, a transgender woman, to compete in the 2022 national championships.
And win, by the way.
The lawsuit references several races that Leah competed in, including the 200-yard final, during which Riley and Leah tied for 5th place, but only Leah was awarded the trophy.
Oh, I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
So Riley Gaines tied her, and they gave Leah the trophy?
Yep, for optics.
Wow. Do you think the Bears have turned to that player and said, "Tell your bitch, shut up"?
No,
we
Bubba,
don't need this.
I know in this room and with a lot of these listeners, it's I know how people feel about this, but there are people that support transgenders out there and that support transgenders in sports, not necessarily playing with boys or playing with girls, but having some sort of inclusion.
I'm cool with that.
I'm cool with that. I'm cool with you wanting to be transgender. I'm cool with you wanting to play sports as a transgender.
Mm-hmm.
I think, in my opinion, you should just not play against all girls. You should play against boys or people that are doing the same thing you're doing, making the transition into the trek, the journey, if you will, into being a transgender. I'm all for people that feel as if they need to be a different sex than what they're born.
But it would be better, just like you're saying, it would be better if that person that identifies as a female still ran with the boys. With a long hair, lipstick, and the whole 9 yards, still run with the boys, because that's genetically what is fair for you to compete with.
Or if you had enough people that were interested in it, and you had enough people to have a team or to have a competition, then compete against those people that are doing the same thing you are. I have no problem with that, and I have no problem with people wanting to do that, wanting to transition from one to the other. I have none. I just have an issue of when people that are transitioning compete against girls, and I really have a big problem when they're really not trying to transition. They're doing it to get a competitive edge, because I question those that immediately, rather than just to be a transgender and to live your life and try to go from a boy to a girl and not get a bunch of attention because you're going to go play for a girls team and dominate, but instead you're on your own little deal and you're trying to become a girl. That's fine. That's great. I think there's a lot of transgender people that are doing it privately because that's what they really want. They're not doing it for an athletic gain or to win a competition they normally couldn't win. There really are some people doing it for the right reasons. And I have no problem with that. None. Just don't do it so that you can, what was Leah Thomas? Like a 234th ranked male?
I think it may have been in the force.
Yeah, and then comes in and cleans up. You're just asking for problems, and
And if we're allowed to change our genders, and we should be allowed to change our race, or should we be like?
Oh, I'd love to be black. I mean, I would love that.
I mean, it's as nonsensical,
how do you get that done?
It's just as nonsensical.
I got to tell you what I'm really disappointed in, and I'm really disappointed in this Donald Trump Elon Musk deal.
It's disgusting.
It is disgusting on both. Somebody needs to sit both of them down and said and set this and fix this.
Did something more happen since he got quiet on Saturday?
I don't know. I just think it's headed for.
I mean, it came out that he got in a fight with the was it the treasurer or something?
Yeah, I think it was the treasurer.
He gave him a rugby ram.
Scott Bessent, I think is.
Yeah, this is what this story is. Musk had a physical altercation with Bassett at the White House before the public feud with Trump. Now, who's Bassett? Is he the
Secretary of Treasury?
He's super tall, articulate, and by chance, because Trump's so anti-homo, he's the highest-ranking homosexual in the cabinet ever. And he just happens to be the most qualified man in the nation. He's a billionaire. He's a super stud. And to hear he may have chest bumped Elon's kind of funny to me.
I just wish they would set
I'd
Elon.
like to see the video of that.
I wish they, because here's the deal. I don't think America, Elon supposedly was most upset about the elimination and the big beautiful bill with regards to the all electric by 2035 act.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the deal. You're never going to get Americans to do that. You're never going to. We don't like to be told what we got to do, and especially when we have a choice. The other thing is, it's not feasible for us to have the power grid to even support that. And then the other thing is the trucking industry. They are so far down. They are with regards to semis being able to be all electric and have any type. You got to understand these semi drivers. They travel because they can drive 10 hours straight before they have to rest. They can go now. Scout and Big Gulp. Their truck never stops rolling. But like on if on regular trucks at 65 miles an hour, they can go 650 miles a day as they're trucking up and down on a standard diesel powered semi.
And they can refuel in 20 minutes.
And yeah, and much as it takes to fill both gas tanks up.
That's it.
I don't know that the electric truck industry is ever going to have that type of range or I mean, and if maybe someday it will.
It needs to be like propane tanks, Bubba.
Exactly.
It needs to be like they pull in, they pull out
Brazil.
the batteries, and they switch them out with the newest pack of batteries that are charged. That's the only way it's going to work.
But the infrastructure for that in itself is just, that means every truck stop or way station or every, has to have the surplus of these batteries that all fit in the same trucks.
Right.
It's just the infrastructure and so the big beautiful bill taking out the all electric car mandate by 2035, which is supposedly what flipped out Elon. And here's what I don't understand about Elon. Elon, you're killing it in your space. Tesla, by far, may not be the best, but it's by far the most popular, recognized electric car manufacturer. Everybody, when you think of electric car, you think of Tesla.
Yeah.
Your market share or the success of your company I think people are going to buy your stuff regardless if it's mandated or not, and mandates never work for us Americans, especially when you have no other alternative. Right? I don't know. I think that him being that upset about this, now he's supposedly pulling his space program, and I don't know. Somebody needs to talk to both of them, and they don't have to like each other necessarily, but hating each other is very disruptive for our country.
Just on the semi, it says that each truck can go 250 miles before it needs a charge, and it takes 90 minutes to charge.
Yeah, well, that's going to cripple.
Takes too long.
That's going to cripple our trucking industry.
If it took 10 minutes to switch out batteries every 250, that would be acceptable.
Some can handle up to 500 miles, but those take longer to charge.
Isn't that why Gene's working on an invention or something?
That's right.
Gene's invention, such a joke. Gene's invention is such a joke. Gene should have never come out with that.
He's got you He's got you charging while you're driving?
Yeah, but it's never going to work. And by the way, it's already been debunked. Like what?
Well, they already have it. It's called kinetic energy regeneration system.
But it doesn't work off your shocks.
No, it works when you brake.
I think he's trying to invent a new energy.
Gene's trying to make it so that when your shocks go up and down, a million times, that it regenerates.
That's actually brilliant. It's actually brilliant.
That's not a dumb idea.
Because when they talk about water generated energy, it's the tide going up and down, and so there is energy being used and being wasted.
But he had
by the
like these
vibrations
little
of the
speaker
shocks.
wires coming out of like a
Well,
shock.
he needs investors, Bubba.
Well, that's where the Diaco's going to go
Put
get
it down to writing.
It was pretty. I don't know if we still have the picture or not.
Yeah, I pull it up.
Yeah, I'll show it to the Diacos before we go on into break.
Dude, they're all in, man. They got excited.
Yeah, I
on
thought
that
they
quick.
I took a shiz on the deal.
Not them.
But Lasker was like, let me tell you something. We just can't get enough energy. It just can't. I don't think that they can make. I don't think they have a big enough capacitor to store it or something. I don't know. When he sends me the picture, I'll be able to show it to you guys. And what happens is it looks like there's a solenoid or there's some type of capacitor inside the spring, and then every time now you got to think when you drive, your spring probably, if there's a part on your car that moves the most, would be your suspension and your springs.
Hundreds of
Except
thousands
your
of
axle
times.
and your drive shaft. Yes.
Yes, but they're already sucking degenerative energy off of that, right?
Yes.
So they're
regenerative.
This is Gene's idea, where this is a Tesla shock and a strut. This is I guess a Tesla shock strut assembly, and this is the
system.
The system.
It's brilliant, honestly.
And I mean,
you shouldn't even show this on the air. We need to talk immediately.
Yeah,
Gene, give us a call immediately
The
after.
other thing is, the other option would be like, with those like electronic shocks. And so when the car is harvesting energy off of the drive shaft and off of the wheels, it's doing it with the magnetics. And so it's nothing's touching. There's no wires there.
Well, Gene said his next idea was to put magnets inside, what we use for wheel weights,
Mm-hmm.
but to put magnets inside the wheels.
That'll do it.
But that is
He said it was too heavy.
It was too cumbersome, and you were having to put too much in. Now you're disrupting the wheel weight. You know what I'm saying?
No, the magnets inside the shock.
If you
to make a magnetic shock. That's the way to do it.
Well, I mean, you know what? You got Gene's number. Call him. You guys help, Seth. They may not
need a patent immediately.
I'd like to be an angel investor. I don't have the cash on me, but I really believe in Gene.
Just support us.
Yes,
Just pray for us.
You could probably get 5 points just on being like a cheerleader for the whole deal.
That's what I was kind of hoping for.
Yeah, 5 points for being like a consultant.
Yeah, I would just sit around Gene and be like, dude, that's a kick-ass idea.
Oh
You're
my God,
killing
Gene, you're killing it.
The money guys just don't understand you.
The money guys do understand you. The money guys are the Diacos, and you could tell Gene, I'm the one that told the Diacos they need to step forward and help you out with this.
Gene seems like the kind of guy that would get working on this, and then he'd end up just building a new car out of it.
I don't know, man.
Just inventing something.
No,
completely
he's invented
different.
stuff before, and he's actually a really, really intelligent, creative,
mechanical
guy, and he does.
Don't
has
ask
some
him the
great ideas.
capital of Indiana, because he won't be able.
But
to
he
tell
had the
you that.
lunchbox too. Don't forget that, man.
Yeah, he had the lunchbox. Did you guys remember that? He was on TV with that.
What did the lunchbox do?
The cooling lunchbox.
It was a solar. Hold on.
Yeah, now we pay
It was a
$100 for a Yeti.
It was a solar powered lunchbox.
And again, if Yeti charged an extra $100 to have some kind of BS 8x10 solar panel on the outside of the coolers,
everyone would buy one.
That would keep things a little cooler on the inside. It would sell like hotcakes.
You know what? You're right.
100%. That's a great idea.
100%.
He had a solar. He had a solar, soft-sided lunchbox.
I sent you the video.
Oh yeah. Let me play it real fast before Dan's.
Wait, you got the video of his interview?
Oh yeah.
Oh man,
great. And on paper, that's a good.
And this
idea.
is when he was going. This is when he was going through his Edward Scissorhand.
I have seen this. It's brilliant.
Yes.
Here we go. Great. Wait till you see this,
It looks
guys.
like Gary Spivey there.
Wait till you see this.
Well, planning lunches can be a nightmare. I know one of the things that I struggle with for my kids is coming up with some lunch.
Now, so last year calls me and goes, "Hey, let me tell you something. I'm gonna be on channel 28 with my lunchbox." I go, "Your lunchbox is stupid, Gene. I don't even want you on my show." And he goes, "Well, channel 28 wants it. What should I wear?" I said, go to just wear a real nice shirt, really nice. So Gene went out and got him like a $200 button-down shirt.
Which ideas that don't need to be refrigerated, because a lot of times the schools don't have refrigerators.
Yeah, and it's a nightmare for me.
Lummy, Robert Wilson, 100 on the PayPal. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
Hey, this morning we're getting a new look at a lunchbox that aims to change all that. Gene Lasker's here, and Gene, I know you because of the sprint car connection that you have. You're of sprint car fame in this area. How did you come across this lunchbox?
Well, let me tell you something.
Because of racing, I come across it. What I was trying to do is design me a cool suit, cheap. Cool suits are very expensive, and I was messing around with some race car components that cool different gadgets on the race car, and I put one together, and I was going to sew them into my suit. And this is the original bag. This is my baby. It was just sitting there on the seat, and the guys were getting in the truck. I didn't want nothing to get messed up, so I unzipped the top. I threw it in there, and there were some Tootsie Rolls there, and I kind of wanted to hog them up, so I just threw them in the bag so no one see them.
And those Tootsie Rolls were melting, right?
They were melting on the dash.
Florida sun, yeah.
Florida sun. I mean, I opened one up and had to eat it off the paper, and I put them in the bag. And a few hours later, I reached into one, and it was very cold.
How exactly does this work?
Well, how it works is we got a solar pack right here. This is the prototype that I sewed the solar into it. So what it's going to happen here is and you can feel how light it is.
Yeah, it's very light.
That's before any very light.
Yeah,
it's going to need no recharging other than the solar, no batteries, no plugging in, no electricity. It'll be very economical to use, especially for people out of the country that don't have electric. Don't have to charge it at all. The deal is, and what we'll show you right here is,
it's a great idea.
I got it open. Is it'll be designed with a coal packs designed inside the bag, and then the plating that I have, which I'll show you here in a second, will go around inside of it, and the new one will have a thermostat because right now it gets too cold too quick.
Okay, I was going to ask how effective it is, but if it gets too cold too quick, obviously it works pretty well.
You can feel how light this is. This will be
I think it would be heavy, but it's not.
Okay, this will be in the.
Gene's got Scotch tape. Gene's got it looks like a VCR tape with Scotch tape.
This will be in
It would be heavy.
There's a red wire. It's got Scotch tape on it.
Scotch tape with like an American Express gold card up top.
Okay.
Yeah,
this will be in the bottom. I can't open this up and show you what's going on inside because of
free water.
No, this little. Yeah, we're gonna.
Okay, and while you're hooking this up, tell us a bit about there's voting for this because right now you're.
Thing about it is he finished like one out of the spot for Walmart. It was a contest about inventions.
Yeah, make it on the shelf.
Like the top, what was it called?
It was making it on the shelf.
MakeItOnTheShelf.com, and I think the top 3 got like contracts with Walmart, like $1 million orders from Walmart, and he finished like 4th.
You're sitting in second place, correct?
I'm sitting in second place on Get on the Shelf with Walmart, and what that is like an American Idol kind of deal that Walmart has come out with, just to help Americans get on the shelf for free.
Yeah.
Any other time that you want to do it.
Is there a number or something that we call, or a website that we
I'm
go
just
to?
going to throw a couple of drops of water. Yeah, you can get. We can go to your website.
Okay.
And see it.
So you throw the water on for what reason?
I'm throwing it on the show. You just froze.
Wow, it's already. That is unbelievable. You can't see this, can you?
And so what the new one, well, the one that'll be on the shelf will have a thermostat in it, and then what'll happen is that thing will sit there, and these cold packs, this plate will be wrapped around. It'll be like aluminum foil type plate, wrapped around the side. The cold packs will be sewed inside the bag. It'll freeze these, and then it'll keep it cold all day.
I have to ask you though, once it gets on the shelf, how much would something like this sell for?
I would say that the little bag will be like $19.
Fantastic.
And these would be like $26.
Gene, I love the fact from sprint car to this is amazing to me. I wish you the best.
Thank you very much. And just if you go to the website and vote for me and help us out, that'll be everything.
Currently in second place, put him into first place.
If that amazes you, stay with us for more ABC Action.
You can see one at Walmart right now. For real.
For $75.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
So tell me somebody took his idea.
Yep.
Refined it.
Yep.
And got it on the shelves.
Yeah.
Don't tell Gene that.
Yeah. They didn't have the mullet.
When we returned,
actually, $4.99 different versions. Whew.
When we returned, did you see this girl? She wins the track championship. She wins it. And by the way, she's a girl racing against girls, so she wins it. but she gets in her celebratory wedding. She takes the a fire extinguisher and blows it off. Like
on her feet, like putting the fire out.
Yeah, like putting the fire. Exactly.
Bruce Johnson did that.
Well, this cost her the state title.
Well, he was.
They DQ'd her, which I don't necessarily like. I am almost like, if you're gonna do that, I mean, you probably it's against the rules.
Let's see the rule.
It's not a rule. There's not a rule.
The lawyer says, "I want to see the rule."
Yeah, show me the
Jay
rule.
wants to sue him already. We'll do that next. Hold on.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
That's what you did.
Jay did that.
Is that Jay?
That was a Jay slam.
I think meant Jay did the fire extinguisher on his feet one time.
Jay. Jeez, Jay, slam the door.
Jay.
I wasn't close enough. Couldn't stop it.
Man, I can't get enough of this fucking zebra getting helicoptered. Just fucking twirling around.
Where's it at?
Tennessee?
Did you see where that girl sold out of her bath soap?
Yeah, I pulled the thing off
Yeah,
eBay.
I got the story you sent me.
Someone's selling it for $3,000
On eBay, right?
Yeah.
That we're following now on ABC News Live reports 2 Chinese nationals have been caught smuggling potential agro-terrorism fungus into the United States. According to the Department of Justice, the smugglers are Chinese nationals allegedly receiving Chinese government funding for their research. DOJ officials are saying that one of the defendants already admitted to smuggling the substance through the airport into some of the top health.
I'm so sorry, Bubba.
It's okay, buddy.
In my 6 years here, I've never done that like that.
I didn't make a big deal about it. Danny did.
Well, because we get in trouble for that. Like
Danny flipped out. What's up, Hippie Short Stroker?
You have a text message, Bubba?
What?
You have a text message?
Check what?
A text message. The air conditioner back there, the condenser fan ain't working.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Did you get a hold of Travis?
He's not responding, so I was hoping maybe you could kick him in the butt.
Is that, which area unit is that?
The FMB in my room. The compressor's running, but the fan ain't turning. So I turned it off.
Okay.
I had the rack room door open to help try to cool a little bit.
That's FMB?
Engineering and FMB.
Should have walked away.
Well, the Diddy guy for ABC said the defense is asking for a mistrial.
Yeah. Now is that new? Because
I don't know. I don't know. I think
because I thought that they were asking, but maybe they're asking again. Let me see. I saw that story.
It looks like it's running. I think this guy's live outside the courthouse.
I think
now.
this is 4 hours. So I think this is right. Actually, this is 47 minutes ago.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, Rainey. That was awesome last night. I was still scared though.
You know, you got to do that, Bubba.
I was still scared till
At
about
the
2
end of
minutes
the
left.
prosecution's case, you got to ask for a mistrial for all the stuff that you think shouldn't have come in, all the evidence, all the prior acts, all the unproven allegations of arson,
I already
attack,
have.
Okay.
all those things that are called prior bad acts. They're going to say you shouldn't have let any of that stuff in, and you do a mistrial. The judge is going to deny it.
Thanks, Redneck. I got it for
If
free.
they don't raise it, they waive it, Bubba.
Right.
You have to raise it at the end of their case in chief. You have to raise it before closing arguments. You remember we had to raise it and ask for a mistrial knowing that he was going to deny it?
Right.
And it was such a stressful...
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Unsigned Band Thursdays.
If you or you know someone in an unsigned band, get off your ass and submit a demo to
show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
This could be the big break you're looking for.
That's show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
A stadium full of millions of listeners
could give you the break you're looking for.
Now, back to the show.
Today's after show, me, Lummy, and Seth. I don't know. I can't tell you what time it's going to be. Sorry. 813-90-BUBBA. Let's see who's on the phone lines, and I got to go through some stories, including, I guess, and this is just protocol. Jay will tell you. P. Diddy's team's asking for a mistrial. Like Jay said, it's just protocol because if you don't ask, you lose the right to ask. So after the defense has after the government has rest, you procedurally always call for a mistrial if
there's a basis for it, and if you don't do it, then you waive it. So, Dan and I have been speaking about all the prior acts that we believe were unproven because there was never a criminal conviction. So typically, prior bad acts don't come in. And so you would make a motion to dismiss or a motion for mistrial at the conclusion of the prosecution's case. It will be denied. But if they didn't do it, you couldn't appeal on those issues.
Hello.
Hey, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I have a question for Jay or legal advice or something.
Yeah, go ahead.
My son is 19. He works night shift. So I hardly ever see him during the week. But the weekend before last, he was being kind of shady. And then Monday, on his first night back to work, I was looking at his tablet, and I found some really disturbing pictures.
No, hold on. How old is your son, first of all, sir?
19.
19.
Okay. And he goes to work, and you get on his iPad, as a good parent should, and you find some very disturbing pictures now, like illegally disturbing?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
Graphic?
Yes.
Now,
because I don't want you to say anything that's an admission. Oh, go ahead.
Now, the other thing is, was it something that he generated and took, or was it just something that he downloaded and found? Because I think that's a big difference, isn't it, Jay?
They're both bad, but that's worse.
Yeah, he went out and found them.
Okay.
So he didn't produce these disturbing illegal images weren't ones that he made. It's that he went out and found them and downloaded them, and now they're on his device, so to speak.
Correct. Yeah.
And so you're asking Jay, like, what do you erase them and throw away the tablet, or I guess what
do I go turn them in to protect myself?
Jay,
it happened on my Wi-Fi and all that.
Oh my God!
Oh, that's a tough question. Jay, does he turn like what? Jay, what does? I guess this is what we say. Jay, what does he do, bud?
I feel like.
God, this is a really conundrum,
isn't it? Is this a
it?
moral versus legality thing, Jay?
Yeah, I think there's a moral versus legality issue. And so I'm not going to tell you what you should do under the scenarios because many people would have, depending on what they see, some people may feel compelled to call their son in or immediately. I'm a big believer in open lines of communication with your child and talking to them. And, my kid's 18. It's not far away from 19. If I found something like that, I think that I would have a very serious sit down with him. I would get therapy. I would get counseling, and I would tell him that this is a way to go straight to jail and to hell, and that you need to, open your eyes up and clear the fog and make sure this doesn't ever happen again. Because if it ever does, I am compelled to turn you in, because this is reprehensible behavior. It's unacceptable.
This is the second time.
But hold on, but Jay, let me ask you a question. So that's the not turning your kid in, hoping they don't find out. But what if they find out that he has these images or whatever, or at one time had them? Because I know.
I would never tell you to destroy them. Don't destroy. I mean, you know what I mean. You tell him this is like the wrong thing to have. He should. It's such a quandary because
it is such a conundrum.
It's such a quandary because when you represent somebody.
The tablet and
go ahead.
Put a tablet and laptop away, and he avoided me all week, and he moved out while I was at work because I was getting ready to kick him out.
Yeah.
But you don't want to. You don't necessarily. I mean, God, it's your son. It's your son. There's a part of me.
I've been fighting it all week.
There's a part of me, Jay, that says, would the officials be potentially cooler that if you walked in with your son and said, we found my son downloaded these, he didn't know, and you tell on yourself, or you have counsel, obviously maybe you get a Kevin Hegseth or something like that.
Where do you live? Oh, never mind. Are you, if you need to, I would say
no, let me ask
you probably need to seek counsel from a criminal lawyer.
Do you live in Pinellas or Hillsborough? Do you live in this area at all?
I don't.
Oh, okay. You don't. Okay, because I say we would say Kevin Hegseth.
It shouldn't cost a lot of money. It's literally a 15-minute or 30-minute consultation with a criminal defense lawyer. And, that way you can protect yourself from doing anything wrong. I suspect that if a police department found a kid who had that stuff on their computer and they found out that 6 months before the dad had an intervention with him and told him never to do it again, I just don't know that they're going to prosecute that dad for trying to do the right thing and not turning their, you know what I mean? I don't know what the right answer is.
Well, I mean, especially him not living in this area, we don't know if he's in a conservative or a liberal or, there's just different ways, different parts and geographically people govern agencies and what have you.
That's an ethics law school question right there because there's no real easy answer to that one. That's a tough question, my friend.
Sir, what do you think you might do? And I'm not trying to turn it around on you, but I'm completely blown. One part of me wants to, bring him in and talk to him about it and lawyer up. Another part of me wants me to take the tablet and go on my jet ski and go about 5 miles out to the and smash it into the and throw it into the ocean.
Sleeps with the fishes.
Did you say it's his second time that this happening?
Yes. Around 14, when he was 14 or 15, I found him before again.
Yeah, but at that point you still got the juvie card to play. He didn't know any better. Right.
But Bubba? Do we know? Has this been established? What kind of?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't ask because he said it was so disturbing. But great question.
Well, no, I'm just asking because I'll just say it. Like if that's a kid, if that's a minor, if that's child porn, that's
I mean,
that's a red line.
Is it child porn?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, see, sir, bud. Oh man, buddy.
He's got then his son's got a thing already. If he's done it, I mean, he's
5-year thing.
Now, I mean, is it?
Well, no. Did you report it the first time when he was 14?
No,
I didn't know.
No.
Oh.
Did you get him any kind of counseling or seek any kind of intervention from anybody? Do
you think your son has a problem? Like, do you think that? And sir, thank you for calling the show, and we're feeling for you, bud. And if we ask any questions that make you feel uncomfortable, it's not because we're trying to make you feel uncomfortable. We're just trying to wrap our head around this deal. Because I would not want to be you right now. I feel for you. You seem like a regular ass kicking, hard working dude like all of us. That's just absolutely beside himself on what to do because it's so bad. Do you think that your son needs some help because he's into that sort of thing, and I think that's where you might start, maybe.
I think he does need help. but like I said, he's avoiding me at all costs, right? Because he knows how pissed off I am at him. And
well, I mean, you need to tell him, son, I'm probably going to be the only person that can help you through this situation, because if the authorities get a hold of you, your old dad is not going to be there. So I would suggest, now I need Jay's backing, maybe Seth's backing as well, but I think the action would be to lawyer up and get him into some type of help, therapeutic wise, as far as getting him help on why he's attracted to that, while lawyering up to potentially cover his ass on a charge he might catch, because that's regarded, as well as I do, that's regarded as one of the worst things, porn wise.
Absolutely. And I would just say that,
God, buddy, I feel for you, bud.
This goes to show you that, no matter how good a parenting you do, there's some things that you just can't prevent. And that's like really something that I've never heard before. That's one of the most wild calls we've ever gotten on the radio. And I just wish I had a good answer for you,
God.
Other than
how often, Jay, do you get stumped? Not very often.
No.
I mean, sir, do you have a wife?
I do.
Yes. Okay, is she up to speed with what's going on? What the problem is?
She is, yes.
Okay,
and also I have a 16-year-old daughter that knows about it too.
So does your son? Did you actually confront him, or does he just know you had his iPad and hasn't come home?
He just know I have his tablet, and he moved out while I was at work, and I haven't seen him in over a week.
So you have not confronted him about what you found.
And here's the thing,
I just talked to him on the phone and told him what I found.
Oh, you did. Okay.
And there was a guy on Rumble that says, if he goes to prison with having that sort of stuff, they'll kill him. I mean, they'll hurt him in prison.
Oh yeah.
That those type.
Oh, I know.
So like, I mean, there's so many different things to consider here.
This is deep.
And we work at the same place. Well, he works a different department than I do.
Oh no! And then he's like, you got employment issues. Oh my Lord.
Jay, would you? I mean, I think. For fear, do you feel like he should talk to a lawyer and then contact the authorities? My only fear as a dad would be that he could potentially take what he's been watching to the next level, which would then obviously be the worst possible thing that could happen.
Like you're saying, maybe act upon.
But I'm not saying, obviously in jail, it could be, like you said, very bad for him. But I don't necessarily think there's rehabilitation for this, but
now, sir,
I think that could be explored before jail.
Sir, is there a lot of it?
Yes.
Okay, so here, what I was going to say was,
I was thinking there's one or two images, 3, 4, 5, but I mean,
you're technically in possession of illegal. It's in your possession. So
that's why I'm kind of fighting it.
That's the whole lawyering up, like Seth said. I would absolutely lawyer up.
First of all,
I would absolutely give that to the lawyer and have that lawyer put it away or to advise me what to do with it.
Now you got client attorney privileges, and he can't,
because I can't disclose what someone tells me, and so the lawyer will give you good, sound advice on what because I'm going to tell you something. You need to. I'm having a little clarity here. You need to protect you first and foremost.
Yes, buddy. Listen,
you are in possession of illegal contraband.
Yes, sir. So. First and foremost, bud, you are hardworking. You got a wife. You got another child. You're a man's man. But at the end of the day, you got to cover your own ass too. And you need to lawyer up. You need to get your son back into the rooster's nest, meaning back home, where you can talk to him and take him to this lawyer. And because he has client attorney privilege, so he can tell the lawyer everything. And the lawyer will then start helping you jump through the necessary hoops, potentially, of contacting the authorities. Maybe the guy, listen, you get a good enough guy like Kevin Hazlett, and Kevin Hazlett would have a pass or probation based on you guys being proactive and turning it in. I mean, you get a good enough lawyer, good things could happen with regards to your son not going to prison. Get him into
or you.
Yeah. I mean, you could potentially go to prison right now, bud.
Oh, I understand. That's
Todd,
one reason
I gotta tell you, in the 40 years that I've been doing radio, this is one of this is a red letter situation that every one of us are distraught over, and like don't know what to do, like freaked out to
this
the
is
point
the
where
catch a predator stuff, is what this is.
And now we're worried about you, bud. Like every man for themselves, but. You know, you are in possession of something that was, downloaded over your Wi-Fi, like you said, over your Wi-Fi at your house.
And now the bottom line is you possess it. You are in possession of it. And so I would literally, I don't think any lawyer in the world would have a problem with you consulting with them and saying, I bet you're not the first parent that's found something that their child's doing illegally.
Yeah.
And I bet you're not the first person that's ever called a criminal defense lawyer and says, I don't want to prosecute my son. I want him to get help. Help me help myself and help me help my son.
Take that,
That's the question.
Take that laptop or take that device that has this to the lawyers. Like you hand it to him because now he has it and you have client attorney privilege. And right, Jay?
I think that most lawyers would take that into possession or would give you some strong advice and counsel on how to handle it. But I don't think that just playing ostrich and sticking your head in the sand and holding it, which I'm not suggesting you're doing because you're calling us. But I just don't think you can. I just don't think you can ignore it.
Kids got obviously harmed. In these pictures. I mean, that's
right.
It's got a I know it's your kid first, but it's
there's it's pictures and videos. So.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord,
sir. What I'd like for you to take from this phone call is one, we're concerned about you. Like we're genuinely concerned. This is a situation that I've never had, arise during the 40 years of my radio, and I'm feeling for you, bro. Secondly, cover your ass first, and then thirdly, get your son help.
He may be SOL. He may be out of luck too. This lawyer may say, you know what, this is absolutely reprehensible. There's nothing we can do. I don't know what the lawyer's going to say, but like Seth said, it's very disturbing because
there's victims.
The content is victims. All of the children that are on those videos and photographs are victims. And so it's not one, it could be hundreds, it could be thousands. And I mean, to be peddling in that is so dangerous. And then, like Seth said also, it's just, this is a 5-year proclivity. He did it at 14. You would say that, son, this is craziness. Don't ever do it again. At 19 with a job, you know better. And so if you get caught with something, it's like when someone gets a speeding ticket. Is that the first time you sped? Hell to the no.
No.
You speed hundreds of times before you get caught. And so that's the same scenario with pedophilia and with, child pornography.
Sir,
they have a proclivity that they cannot control.
You've got to, first of all, cover your ass. Contact a lawyer today. I don't care if you have to take a day off of work today. This is such an emergency that you may have to call. I mean, do you have the ability to take a day off of work?
No, I'd take a half day off.
All right.
I can get off now if I need to. I was headed to the sheriff's office today anyway. But
no, I mean,
tell the lawyer, look, I'm ready to go to the sheriff's office if that's what you tell me what to do.
The first thing you got to do is you got to get off the phone with me. I don't know what time zone you are, but you need to do some research on who's a really good attorney in your area, and you need to set a consultation up with them today, like today.
For sure.
Will do.
And then, will you do me a favor, bud? And we'll just call you. We'll just call you Fred. Fred, will you keep us posted on how this goes? Because I really, really am interested in seeing how this pans out, and I'm really interested in you being okay, and your wife and your remaining daughter, and what happens potentially to your son. Get your son some help. And get and lawyer up immediately. And Fred, please keep in touch, will you please?
Will do. I appreciate you.
All right, Fred, take care.
Good luck.
Bye.
Thanks.
Jeez.
Oh my God.
Seth, how bad is that?
It got worse as the more we got into it. So at first I thought you guys had an understanding of what the pictures were.
No,
I was
didn't.
unclear.
I didn't have any idea.
But
Seth.
I couldn't think of anything worse than that.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking it was that, but we hadn't said it, and so when I'm glad you did say it because kind of having the unspoken. Oh, what could it be? It could be something inappropriate. When he articulates that it's child pornography. That there is no excuse for that.
I think you're wired. You're wired in a way where I don't think there's any coming back from that.
No, he started at 14 and 19 now,
which means it's been happening.
A lot.
The whole time.
2/3 of his life he's been doing that. Think about sexuality doesn't even begin until you're about 12, 14, 13, 14, and so by 14 he's already
pretty much his
down the wrong path.
entire sexual window of a boy being sexual. The most of it has been under the most sickest thing that you can do sexually.
And we didn't ask him, is it same sex? Is it? And none of it's good. It's all terrible.
As soon as he said it was child, I was like, oh.
But I mean, he needs to not be around children. He needs to is your work near a school? I mean, there's so much that needs to be considered for the community. Like Seth said, this guy is a potential risk and threat to the community.
Right? Does he have cousins that come over on the weekend? Do they have family outings with it involve children?
Yes.
Does does he
family affairs?
Yeah. Wow.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
He's trying hard to do the right thing. He just doesn't know what to do. It's unreal.
And
How
hard would it be to watch the cops come in your house and handcuff your kid and take him away for 10 years?
Well,
we said he doesn't know where he is, right?
After he moved out.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Seth?
I don't remember what I was gonna say.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. This isn't just something that you can outrun. I mean, his son's not gonna.
Yeah, this isn't.
And it's not something you can outgrow.
No, this isn't catching your kid smoking pot and trying to hide it. I mean, this is,
Hold on, that's a walk in the park compared to this.
This is. I don't know what you do.
I know what I was gonna say.
I have no idea.
I think he just needed to know, because he said he was gonna go down to the police station. I think he needed to know the order of do you guys see an attorney first? Do I go straight to the cops? I think that he needed to probably hear that, so he's got a plan.
Because if he goes down to the police station without representation, they'll fucking.
Because I don't think I'd call him to try to get him to go down. I don't know, man.
I think that what's going to happen is the lawyer's going to give him good advice, which is I think he's going to probably say your inclination to go to the cops is right, but I'm going to do it for you. Mm-hmm. You're not going into the police station on your own with in possession of child porn.
Right.
I'm not going to allow that to happen.
But you're blaming on your kid.
Let me reach out to my friends at the state attorney's office and the police department. And
Jeez, what's up, Thomas?
Maybe they can do some pre-trial stuff, and you know what I mean.
But played correctly with a fucking swinging dick like Kevin, you could probably.
I wonder if Kevin. I'd like to know what Kevin would do.
God, yeah.
I wonder what Kevin. That would be it, because I mean that is. I'm never speechless.
I'm gonna text Kevin and see if he's available.
Man, Jay, I don't even think as a lawyer I'd feel comfortable talking about it. I know that's your job, but shit, I'd be like, I got a friend downtown you might want to go see.
Well, that'd be like, hey, you want to talk to Kevin or Norman? I'm like, Pinellas County or Hillsborough. I don't like this stuff. I don't deal with it, but I mean, I know you got to go get counsel and make sure you don't do something illegal or inappropriate. I would want to beat my kid's ass. I'm just thinking about literally, my son's 1 year younger than that. I could not even imagine. I'm so proud of, he's going to make mistakes, but I'm so proud of the young man he is because he has what I think is a pretty good moral compass. could not imagine. What do you do? Right hook?
What's up, longer?
Right. I mean, what do you do?
Well, the son knew something was going to happen, which is why he moved out.
What's up, Double XL? Dark Match Steve.
How about those Tony Awards last night?
Of all obscure shit to bring up.
Business like
Fucking
no
hate
business.
that.
Like no business, I know.
Seth, what was the history making in the Tony Awards?
History? Are you a
First great host?
The chick from Pussycat Dolls, Nicole Scherzinger, won her first Tony.
Nice.
What are you up my ass about, Lummy?
Well, no, I'm asking. It's on the news right now.
Yeah, that's the history.
What the history was.
That's the history.
Oh.
You mean the history of the award show?
I was saying history making.
I always thought the Tony Awards were kind of a jobber.
Dude.
I
was something back between that and the game.
The Tony Awards from Broadway?
Yes. That's what I was doing my list.
Who's that girl? She needs a cheeseburger.
She's in Wicked. That's
yeah.
Cynthia Erivo.
Is that the one that played the Evil Witch or whatever?
The green one. Yeah, well, she's not really evil, okay? Lummy, if you'd watch the movie, I think that you would understand that.
We don't watch those movies. We make our wives do that.
Wicked transcends. Wicked's a banger.
Wicked's a banger.
Well, not
Wicked's
for me.
a banger.
I'm not for me. I don't like it, but for
you just committed to it.
for the kids.
Yeah, you just told me you don't watch it, though.
What's up?
I don't watch it. I watch Minecraft.
How's everybody doing?
I watch Minecraft. Say it.
Yeah.
Dude, Minecraft's great.
When he's not playing Dungeons and Dragons. I never played that.
Is
so
Dungeons and Dragons even around?
What's that?
Yeah, there's still old guys that
Oh,
play.
yeah, there are. For sure.
It's a board game, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure they have some computer version of it.
No, they still have the Dungeons and Dragons with the little characters.
Sizzling.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Kevin Hazlett. I texted him, and he didn't text me back, so he may not be available.
Hello.
I texted you, but you didn't text me back because you may be like in a big highfalutin gimmick going on right now.
Oh, I've always got it going on. What's happening?
We had the most in 40 years of doing radio. I had a call that I needed you more than anything in the world for. JD Acco's in here. He's stumped legally.
I don't know what to do.
Because he's not a criminal guy. And we had a guy call in, and we're like, and he's not from this area, so we can't, not even this state, so we can't even use you.
We would refer him to you.
We're like, hey, call Kevin. Well, he's like, I live in, whatever. So 5 years ago, he caught his 14-year-old son looking at child porn, collecting child porn when he was, okay. Fast forward to now, his kid's 19. He finds his kid's laptop or his kid's iPad, and it's chocked full of child porn videos, like bad stuff. And he's like, what do I do? And, my son knows that I found it. He won't come home. And we're like,
he was planning on going to the sheriff's department right now, and my advice was go to a lawyer first, but I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is because technically, isn't he in possession of child pornography right now?
Well, he is, absolutely is.
Okay, that's what I told him.
And he was like, he was like, it was downloaded on my Wi-Fi.
Yep.
And all this kind of stuff. So we're like, man, first probably lawyer up, right?
He needs to talk to somebody because there's a couple of issues. Issue number one is he wants to avoid, the transitory possession of child porn, meaning that he didn't download it, it wasn't his, but he possesses it because he discovered it with his son.
Right.
The second thing he needs to have a discussion about is, does he want to put his son in a position of going to state prison for 20 years?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Right.
and being the sole person potentially that puts his son in prison. Because right now there's not a knock on his door. There's not a warrant that's being served. There's no one calling. There's no one stopping by. There's not asking for consensual consent. This is a parent who comes across a child in possession of, fill in the blank, cocaine, child porn, illegal firearm. Whatever the answer is, the question is, can you be a parent and be a good citizen at the same time? The answer is yes.
You can?
But you need to have a lawyer to You can.
I gave the right advice, Kevin.
But you got to have a Kevin Hegseth in there running the deal, because you just can't roll up, into Grady's office with that laptop, or you're going to be. Am I right?
You're 100% right.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to have a Kevin.
It's a very sensitive conversation, because here's the deal: you're really not trying to, end your child's professional life and for the rest of the time, but you want to get your child the help that they need. You might want to talk about counseling. You want to talk about the future to make sure that there's guardrails to prevent this from happening again. This is not an uncommon thing. There's a way to stop it. There's a way to. But here's the problem right now. You can't just go rolling up to the officer friendly, because officer friendly is not going to be so friendly as you put the cuffs on your son for the next X amount of years.
First, or you.
Is there a way to protect the son in this? Because this was the part I was afraid to say out loud on the radio, was that there is a way that the lawyer, if a lawyer is representing you, there's a way that they can
100%,
take
100%.
possession of that evidence and make sure you're no longer in possession of it, and give you advice and counsel that will help you protect yourself from any criminal liability and help your son get the help that he needs.
You can probably cut a better deal when you're as a lawyer in possession of it, privileged, and can cut a better deal when you're telling on yourself and turning in, rather than them having to come to you. I'm assuming.
No, he's saying don't even, just let the lawyer hold it, and then when and if they come knocking, you've got a good defense.
I'm not necessarily advocating the lawyer to hold it at this point.
Right.
What I'm advocating is that they need to talk to a lawyer who needs to have a privileged conversation with the parties involved, understanding there's no privilege with the son and the father. There's no father-son privilege. So the father can be compelled to testify against son.
Oh, so do you get two lawyers?
Well, you start with the first one, and that's where you start, and then he starts or she starts directing traffic and what needs to be done. The goal here is to try to get everybody out of this mess with nobody being charged,
right?
And that includes dad, and getting son out of hot water, because he's in some really hot water.
Oh, he is, and the guy said that it was a massive quantity
and videos,
and so you got to think of,
just so you know that they have investigative techniques to monitor that. So they being law enforcement are probably not
too far behind
right. A knock on the door.
But you still are probably in a better position if they've not knocked on your door and you've lawyered up and you've started that process, right?
10,000%.
Right. Hey, Kev, man.
10,000%.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So sorry to bug you, my friend. And
anytime.
All right, buddy. Good talking to you.
So I was right. He needs to protect himself first.
And then
and then they may have to get another lawyer, another criminal defense lawyer, and say, hey, listen, here's what's going on. We want to retain you for these circumstances, and we want to try to help the boy. And looks like Kevin says there's a way to do it.
Yeah, Kevin said there's a way
and
to
legally
do it.
To try to protect your son.
But more importantly, man, regardless of what happens criminally to the son, the guy needs help.
He probably deserves it. You know what I mean?
The guy might deserve.
Can you get help in jail, or do you need to?
I don't know if you can, because I think first and foremost you got to worry about not getting killed. But then
they have counseling, but again, it's like, I mean,
well, I just want to know. So if he went to jail, like Kevin said, if he went to jail for 20 years, he's coming out at 39, 40. Okay, he still has a life ahead of him. But if he can't get rehabilitated or rewired, then putting him back out in society really just seems like.
And here's the thing, Seth. Can you? And here's the thing, and I got to go into words because I'm running late. But like, I believe in therapy. I think therapy can change you, can help you look at things differently. Can you rewire? I know that I couldn't be rewired sexually. What turns a woman? I'm turned on by a woman. Doing some.
You could get tweaked a little.
But what I'm saying is like, when you're at that level, if that's what turns you on, if that, I don't know that you can rewire yourself from that.
Well, it's like finding out that your son or daughter is torturing animals. I mean, there's certain things. It's like, not that they're depressed because they're in a breakup with a boyfriend, or depressed because they didn't make the varsity team, or they're dealing with awkwardness of puberty. But when you have a kid that's got this kind of a wiring default, like you guys are all saying,
and started 5 years ago,
I don't know. I'd love to know what the recidivism rate is for people that have this type of therapy, because I bet it's a lifetime of recidivism.
Castration.
It's I don't know if therapy works for this, Seth.
Maybe they put you on a medication that makes you non-sexual.
The chemical castrate.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
I think they got to take your unit off to not be.
Not to get a bone.
It's funny. 20 years ago, conservatives thought that you should chemically castrate pedophiles, like a convicted pedophile, and the Democrats went crazy and said, "How can you do that? That's crazy." Well, now that's what they use for children who are transitioning. The same chemical that they propose to use to chemically castrate pedophiles are now being used for children who identify as transgender.
Let's throw in some pedos in there, and I'm all for it. I got to go to words. I'll be back in a minute. Hold on.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Well, it's like, in those situations, you want to think like a father sometimes, Seth, so you do anything you can to protect your son. Well, at the same time, it's like, I don't know. Don't you want to do everything you can to protect the community and protect yourself? And
that's
I think, where I go.
Yeah, but if it's me or him...
Yeah. Not me. I'm with you.
I mean, at the end of the day, man, as a dad, and it gets down to me or him... Like, what do you do?
Well, you're fucked. You don't have pedo charges on you.
Yeah, next thing you know, you're not a pedo, but you are one.
Yeah, then you're in prison trying to explain that one like anyone's going to understand. Yeah.
That's some heavy shit.
Listen, Leroy, please don't beat the shit out of me. It wasn't me. My son, who I was covering for, had a shit ton of child porn.
This is like when Bubba had that lady that was beating her kid on the radio.
Yeah.
This is like, that's one of those ones that would have been mind-boggling to me.
Well, at least you guys know from now on, that's a good call. Those are the kind of calls we want.
What? What up, Highway 73?
You don't like Zach from Eugene?
I think he's fine. I just want to know. Where he comes up with some of his shit.
Well, you don't
they rammed the Mexican boat into the Brooklyn Bridge.
Yeah, the Mexican Navy ran the boat, a training boat, into the Brooklyn Bridge because when they were protesting.
They were protesting before it happened.
What's up, dude?
Oh, what's up, dude?
Shout out to your company. Pedro, what's up, buddy?
Well, he's so funny. Someone pops his head in and goes, "What are you doing in here?" And runs him right out. I was in the gym. I was in Bubba's gym the other day, and 7-Eleven came in, and he was talking to me, and he's like, "Yeah, I think I'm gonna work out." I was like, "Okay." And then he walks by and goes, "Hey, what are you doing? Get out of there." He goes, "You're not supposed to be in there, and stop talking to Seth."
Really?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Jerry Ball or John Coach.
Hey, OKC won last night.
I take the game, actually. Oh, man.
Mitch? Yes. Awesome.
You can at least watch the game Friday night. That's the only That's the only game of the series that's on a.
I thought it was on Saturday night. It made sense.
It should have been. They took. They've been going. They take two games in between now.
Oh, they
2
do?
nights, yeah.
This goes back to Indiana, doesn't it?
Yeah, Wednesday.
But then Friday will be a Indiana game too.
Friday's Indiana. It'll probably be 2-2.
Probably. So that's 4 games, and then 5 goes back to OKC. 6 Indiana, 7 OKC.
Yeah.
Is the Stanley Cup done?
No, it's tied 1 game apiece.
Is it the
It's Edmonton and the Panthers.
Oh shit! The Panthers are in it again.
Yeah.
Fuck, that'd be 2 in a row, wouldn't it?
Oh shit, that's right. We gotta hope Edmonton wins because the Lightning need to be the last back-to-backs.
Yeah, I'm pulling for Edmonton.
989. We got 11 more in 2 minutes. Come on, hit that like
button. We're gonna
Let's
fucking
get to
miss
1,000.
it.
Come on, everybody.
Are we gonna miss it?
989.
I'm with you, Rainey. I'm just being. I'm just being modest.
Smash
you got
the
2
like
minutes,
button, guys. Come on, let's not make it today.
You got.
We were all enamored with the pedophilia case, but come on, let's.
Oh, that's gonna. You're gonna get that. You're gonna get that easy.
But they almost got it on a technicality because it's supposed to be 10, and I actually need.
Boom!
It's
just went over.
Okay.
Right before 10 o'clock.
We just barely fucking hit it.
There you go, Army.
It's all Louis' fault too.
What?
We just
hit
1,000.
I was in there telling about. I'm the only one saying the thumbs up.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't hear it
in here right now.
I didn't hear it, Warren. I didn't fucking hear it.
I got the last 11. Thank you, guys.
It's not on me to worry about the thumbs up, and I
love me.
Everything's on
about
you.
it for you, bud.
I have a message posted for 4 hours for.
Oh, that's you that has the message?
Yes.
Everything's on you, Lummy. Everything.
Yeah, I know. I have a message posted for 4 hours saying hit the thumbs up.
People hate the message.
Trying to help you, Jay.
Lummy, it's getting tougher and tougher to hit the 1,000, man. We used to have 1,000 by like 8:30. It's getting tougher and tougher.
I don't have to worry about good old Gene.
Jeez.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Basically just enough time to say goodbye. Man, that call. Lummy, do we have his number?
We can get it.
Because I just like to keep in touch with that guy. Jeez. If it was you or if it's you or your kid. I mean, you send your kid.
You do?
That'd be a good poll question. You or your kid?
If you have to go do 20 years, do you send your kid or do you send yourself? And then you got to go to prison as a chomo, and you're trying to tell everybody, "Hey, I'm not a chomo. Like I took the rap for my kid."
No chomo.
And then you know what? Every con's gonna be like, "Bitch, you didn't take it for your kid. Nobody takes it for your kid. You're the chomo." And then you get shanked in the yard and you die.
Well, that's
and your kid's still a chomo. And your kid,
that's the case. In that scenario,
and then your kid's still a chomo, and still doing chomo stuff. And you're dead, shanked.
I'd go to
before you stab me, guys. I just want to let you know it was me or my kid. I took it from my kid.
I'd go to prison for anything I think other than child porn.
I think so too.
This is a line.
Like if it was like robbing a bank or
murder, even murder.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Well, as long as it wasn't like as long as they deserved to be murdered.
Yeah.
Just it was like bestiality, like he was raping like 100 dogs and horses.
I wouldn't take the time for the dogs. People love dogs more than kids.
Yeah. Dogs, women, dogs, and children.
Yeah, that's it.
Women, animals, and children are the 3 things you don't screw with.
Next time there's Noah's Ark, that's all they're putting on it.
Jay, thank you.
Thank you, Bubba.
Lummy, let's call it 10:35.
Sounds good.
Got it?
Yes, sir.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
Me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
I could have worn up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.